Welcome back to Grid Life Live. My name is Kyle Heyer here with Sam Nalvin for the afternoon session here at Grid Life Midwest 2020. Up next at 3 o'clock is Drift, followed by the Grid Life Touring Cup Top 10 Shootout, Time Attack, more GLTC, then Drift GLTC Time Attack, and we'll end out on Drift again. So a very busy day ahead of us, Sam. Welcome back. We did night shift Drift last night, saw some guys do some skids in the nighttime. We get to see them do it again in the day.
We got to back up here because it sounds like you are also a meteorologist. Is it actually getting warmer? It feels like it's getting colder.
Well, it was supposed to. It was like 46 this morning, and I think right now it is 55 right now. So.
But I need to know if that is on an inclining or declining state. Because if you are already joshing with the fans at this hour, the starting of our stream, we're going to be in for a ride.
Okay, it peaks at like, it's 50. What time? Okay, maybe it's actually not 55.
Okay.
Maybe it's 52.
Okay, so
it's going to get to 54 at like 5 o'clock.
So the weather has not yet peaked. I have not even begun to peak.
Yeah.
These drivers out here are going to be more aggressive than yesterday because thankfully we have a dry track finally for now, for the moment. The weather, of course, is constantly in flux here, but we will see some tire smoke if they get out there right now.
Yes.
And then progressively throughout the day, we're going to see some wilder and crazier drifting. And bumpers are going to fly, tears will be shed, people are going to be crying, laughing, fighting.
It sounds like, I was going to say, before you said laughing, I said, this sounds like a bad day. I don't want to
No,
it's not, crying.
So this is the drift portion, and this is not a competition in a traditional sense, but it is a competition in that all the drivers, right now you're not seeing it behind the scenes because it's too violent, too bloody, is they do have to get like the American Gladiator. Again, Kyle, this is a way before your time, I understand, as a television program, that there was people that there were Americans and they were gladiators, and they would have these soft, padded bow staffs essentially, and just beat the crap out of each other. And that's what the drivers are doing right now to figure out their position on track. Is they're just really hitting each other hard with these padded bow staffs.
Okay.
And whoever prevails here, they're going to get to go first. So it looks like, yep, there he is. That is the winner right now. I think that is actually, yep. That's
a Chevrolet Cruze.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember who. That's Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise. That's right. So he won the battle, and therefore he's starting the first drift in that black Chevy Cruze.
Yes. The track is a little slick, and I must admit, for those that are watching on the sidelines, I was the dumb person that spun on the pit exit.
First gear in a Miata.
First gear in a Miata with really old tires. I am an idiot sandwich.
How recently did you get your driver's license, and what kind of sandwich?
I got my driver. I'm 22. Got my license when I was 16, and clearly haven't learned a thing.
Okay.
And my most recent sandwich was. Does a wrap count as a sandwich?
No. What kind of sandwich are you?
I'm an idiot sandwich.
Yeah, but what does that consist of?
It consists of Kyle brain between two slices of bread.
Okay, so
and maybe a pickle or
what
two.
Kind of bread?
Probably white bread.
What kind of pickle?
Sweet pickle.
So all right.
Yeah. So that is me as an idiot sandwich.
I don't know if I would that sandwich.
I did redeem myself. I didn't stall, and I got rolling and went moderately fast. So I feel like while I did something very dumb, I was just practicing for drift. I was practicing my reverse exit.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Did you leave first gear at all, or was that kind of your chosen gear for the track?
I left first gear after I got myself out of the grass.
Okay.
And then I got myself into the big boy gears. So
like second gear?
Yeah, like second gear.
Cool.
No, but these guys, they do the reverse entries. I thought I'd just do a reverse exit. I thought I would go to that next.
Yeah, and that's a new level of skill. You're showing all these guys up out here.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think you need 500 horsepower. I think you need like about 87.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And then you can get the car sideways.
Most of these cars have at least 87 horsepower, some on up to 700-800. We have tons of acclaimed drivers. We have tons of grassroots guys. We have everything in between. There is Team Falken you see up front there. Right next to them is a gentleman by the name of, as I pull out my notes, his name is Shane Wally in that blue Mustang, and that one we spoke a lot about yesterday because it's an LS-powered Mustang.
Sacrilegious.
And as you guys will see as you hang out with us throughout the night during like the night shift, a lot of these cars are emitting beautiful colors of the rainbow, RGB colors.
RGB?
Just like Kyle's fans on his computer, or singular fan, but also RGB mouse pad, because that is what the kids are into these days, apparently.
Razer, sponsor us, please.
Yes, please. Kyle also has informed me that he has not gotten any Fortnite dubs, which I thought was something that you were supposed to have. You get handed
that
one.
was a little after my time.
When you're born after 1998, I thought they hand you a dub early on and kind of give you a taste for that.
No,
no.
Yeah, I grew up in like the Minecraft era.
Oh, okay.
Like that was sort of my childhood.
Okay. So it's funny you should mention that, because after yesterday's conversations, I did go home and I did Google what do people from 1998 find cool.
Did you actually do that?
I did.
And what was the answer?
I'm going to say some stuff, and you tell me how you want to respond.
Sounds good.
Fidget spinners.
Definitely. I didn't have one, but I enjoyed you playing with them.
Okay. So you were a mooch. You're mooching off of other kids'
Yeah,
spinners?
I'm a mooch in a lot of ways.
Okay, so here's another one that might hit, might not. Beyonce.
No, doesn't hit.
Okay.
I wasn't very musical as a child growing up.
Okay, I mean, you don't have to be musical to listen to Beyonce.
No, but I just wasn't like our MP3 players were these big chunky blocky things.
Yeah, I had it after my compact disc player, which you never owned.
True. I found one in the basement. I was like, "What the heck is this? Archaic piece of equipment?"
Oh, my sweet summer child. I even went back to cassette players, because while I was doing my kick flips on my skating board, a CD player would often skip. So I'd have to make my own Blink-182 mixtapes for myself, so that way I could do my kick flips and listen to Blink-182.
Wow, that's fancy.
Mm-hmm. Blink-182, does that span the gap between our generations? No?
No.
They're still dropping?
I know.
Okay.
If it's bands, I'm not going to be able to answer. People got mad at me at Pikes Peak for not knowing bands, but
That's not fair.
Look at them getting sideways on Pit Exit. They can do it, but I can't.
So here's Pit Exit drifting as is expertly executed by JTP, Justin Pollock, followed by Ryan Literal.
I guess they kept it straight.
Yeah, and they're right now kind of just seeing, where's the grip on this track, and it looks like we have a mostly dry condition. You are seeing a massive amount of smoke just from that little demonstration, and we're going to see a lot more as the Falken guys warm up their tires. Matt Field leading. And we got
setting up for turn 3. They're already manging down here into 5.
I love that. So Matt Fields, who is just behind those guys, was saying yesterday these corners are kind of technical to drift. They don't make it look hard by any means, but you can attest to this. You just drove the track, but like very few of these corners are like consistent radii.
Right.
They're kind of increasing or decreasing. So drifting, it's not hard necessarily to adjust to that, but it's just plot your exit or transition.
Sure. This corner right here, the 7, 8, 9 complex, that transition is so much harder to do in a car than it looks from the ground here. So I got out there in that Miata. Once I was done looping it like a moron, I got into a sort of a groove. And what I found is I was tracking out too wide out there, because you have to stay tight all the way through turn 8, and you want to track out, but you can't. You got to get yourself set up for a left-hander. So when you're drifting, I think it's probably sort of a fun corner, but it's got to be hard to kind of get that angle out of it to swap back to the left.
Yeah, you got to find your entry and exit, just like in the old grippy racing.
Yes.
So yeah, this is we're waiting for the big initiation here. So this corner that we're looking at right now is just after the long straight that the guys are going to start manging pretty heavily as we get throughout the day. And there's our straight, and then they hit that hard corner where they do a rapid decel and then pick up accelerator again for another wide drifting action.
And onto the front straightaway. And you can actually see here, this is a great shot to show you how much elevation there is. There's really not a lot around this racetrack. It sort of all happens mostly on the front straight and into 10B.
So we got Team Falken here with a little Ryan Literal hanging out in between. Matt Field followed by Odie, followed by JTP, and then Ryan Literal snuck up in there and then chased by Dai Yoshihara.
I love these FPV shots. Get you right in on the action here out of turn 2.
Yeah, that's Shepsta, excuse me, on Instagram. He's flying our FPV today.
Little grass mowing with the right rear tire. Nobody.
And look at those guys stacking up. That's good. So this is like the first tight smoky train we've seen, because yesterday was unfortunately all rain, but it feels good. I can't wait to smell that tire smoke.
How many cars? What's the most you've ever seen do a train like that?
In person would definitely be at GRIDLIFE. I guess probably either Alpine or Midwest last year. I wasn't at this year's Alpine, unfortunately, but pretty much the entire grid.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, like you can see 13 to 20 cars just all in sequence getting wild, and that's one of the most exciting things to see as these drivers get to trust each other more and learn the other habits. There's that Mustang driven by Shane Wally, LS powered.
That's how I imagine I looked outwardly. sliding.
Yeah,
around.
really good.
I looked really good.
Very strong, very
Yeah.
brave,
Yep.
very sensual.
Yes.
That's how I would describe your drifting style.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I
I'll
mean,
roll with that.
Look, that's one thing you got to learn about us drift guys, okay, is that we're very passionate, okay? And you can see that in the car builds. You can see that in this Corvette.
Yes.
And I have no idea what's been done to this Corvette. I didn't get a chance to talk to the driver. You can see that steering angle I was talking about, though. Corvette,
Whoop!
It wasn't enough to pull him out of that deep angle he had there. But we were talking about Corvettes as capable drift cars yesterday, which it's so nice that these are kind of becoming affordable, I would say, and pretty much out of the box with some slight modifications. You could have a lot of fun drifting a Corvette, as you're seeing a lot of guys do. But of course, you got our JDM Classics mixed with a Mustang in here, lots of S chassis. And a Corvette. I guess we got a nice mix of all here. Ryan Literal leading the Falken boys this time, and that's an RB powered S14, RB25, making them turbo noises, followed by a bunch of big old V8s.
Everyone likes a good boosty boy, right?
Everyone likes a boosty boy. That's one thing I've always said.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm all for big LS motors and cars that rumble the ground, but having a car go psst,
Woo! Look at that angle from Literal. Oh, almost. He recovered. But you can see that. Nice.
Oh, no, he didn't.
Nope. He almost recovered.
I think he over-recovered.
Yeah, well, you can see, like, that is the give and take. The wicked mistress of the reverse initiation or reverse entry is that you go a little bit too deep sometimes, and then the guys behind you all pile up and hit you.
Yep. Well, that's not fun.
No. Or is it? I mean, that's
It depends.
Yeah, if you guys are just tuning in right now, we've been giving Kyle an education on drifting. I have been hired as a drift expert, which is laughable in many regards, only because I am the most equipped person, and it's funny how well I can teach our young Kyle the fundamentals, the history, the basics of drifting.
We discussed yesterday the origins of drifting.
Horses.
Yeah.
Horses.
And the Hoovser tires that they were on.
They used... That was your pun. I did not make that pun about Hoovser tires. Yep. I get it. But the truth is much more shocking in that, they...
Well, look, we've had a lot of technology changes, and now we've got Falken.
Yes.
And Falken tires.
Made from birds.
Nope. Okay. Made from rubber, I promise.
I feel like we are at an impasse here, and that's fine. We'll get to the bottom of it. I'll talk to Mr. Falken himself. He's here.
Mr. Falken? There's a Mr. Falken?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Now, not to be confused with Die Hard when it's aired on television.
Gotcha.
Have you seen Die Hard, the movie?
No.
Yikes. Okay, so there's a line in the movie where he says, Mother Hard F.
Okay.
Do you know what that word is?
Yes.
Okay, good. And
I've used that many times.
When they have to dub it on TV, he says, instead of Mother F, he says Mr. Falken. And that's actually who is here today running the Falken Tire brand and the Falken Tire bird.
Gotcha. Okay.
The official bird is on track. I did meet him. His name is Harvey.
The official bird of GRIDLIFE.
Yep.
And Mr. Falken, the official bird of GRIDLIFE.
Thank you.
That's more like it.
Can we get some merch now, please?
Yeah, let's do
Mr.
it.
Falken.
Yeah.
We have Odi Bakshis in that LSS 13, bringing the Manji in. And all these guys compete professionally, but out here they are partying with the boys.
So I hear that at our next event, which will be at NOLA Motorsports Park November 6th through 8th, I hear that we're going to have a competition, and it's going to be a freestyle competition.
Who told you that?
Where we get to do all the things.
That was secret.
It wasn't secret. It was on Facebook.
Oh. Well,
everything on Facebook isn't secret.
You got to be careful with these trade secrets. Yes, there will be a unique competition style coming up at NOLA from the GRIDLIFE boys, and hopefully we will all be there and reveal to you guys the awesomeness of this interesting format that we are going to parade. I need to find a nice Mark Summers outfit, like a suit, and this...
I don't know who that guy is.
I know. It's tough. I'd say a flamboyant, bright suit.
Okay, I'm down.
And then get lots of slime, gack.
Slime?
Yes.
What? Where'd that come from?
This is so tough for me. To have someone here that hasn't watched the classics on Nickelodeon.
Oh, okay. Like, I see.
Don't act like you know Nickelodeon slime.
No, I do, though.
Okay.
I was a Nickelodeon. Okay, I would.
Did we find common ground here, Kyle?
I'm gonna be honest. Like, I was a Disney Channel kid. I was a Disney Channel.
I could tell.
But like, I mean, I did watch some Nickelodeon shows, but it was more like I don't know. Hannah Montana was a really good show, and anybody that tells me otherwise is lying.
I would never tell you that. I've never seen it. But what am I supposed to do here? There we have FPV chase of the Falken guys. Got Matt Field in the vet up front, followed by Odi Bakshis, followed by Dai at These guys are showing some really awesome tight party proximity there.
Party proximity.
Party proximity.
I like that term. That's good. I mean, proximity right now is not.
Whoa!
Whoa, but if you're in a race car, it's
Look
fine.
at that snappy initiation from Odie there. Threw Dye for a little bit of a spin. Pun intended, Kyle, and that is hard-hitting drift announcing. Threw him for a spin as he spun. Do you see?
I see it.
So it's funny because as he spun, I said
that he was going to spin.
Yes.
He's going for a spin.
Yeah, you could use that. I'd say not so close. We got a little drift damage there on the Vetti. The Z06. Did I see some intercooler piping there?
Maybe. Whoop.
Oop.
There's, I think that is that's that 707, 770 car that's driven by Gingerman Raceway in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
The Vet?
No, not the Vet.
Oh, the Beamer.
Beamer.
Yeah. I did see two black Beamers outside of his grid. I'm curious if he has two because I really liked the idea yesterday that he drove immediately from the GLTC.
I don't. Do we know if that's the same? Tom O'Gorman standing behind me. Is Ginger's car? Is it the same one that he runs in GLTC, or does he have a different? It is the same car. So it is the same car.
Gingerman.
Sadowskis.
Okay.
When you say it really confidently, it ends up working.
Yeah, those GLTC guys have some cool names.
Yeah, they do.
When you guys were spitting those off yesterday.
Well, I do some sim racing announcing, and that's sort of where I came from. And we've done some series that are more international. And let me tell you, it's the Northern European names end up just completely. I don't know. You put letters together that just don't go together, like an X and a T and a Q. Like, how do you pronounce the?
Well, they're Viking Elvish names.
Yes.
I can't tell if the camber on Edviges E36 there was because of drift or because of hard hit. That's the tough part. We can't tell. Here's some education on drift cars. The more broken it looks, probably the more set up and grounded it is. Like when that suspension is super cambered out, that car, you'd think, oh no, did he break an arm there? No, he didn't. That's just how to drift cool.
That's just the way it be.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Things will never be the same.
No, they won't.
That's a song called Changes.
Also never heard of that.
Do you know about Biggie?
Nope.
What about Tupac?
Yes.
You know about Tupac, but not Biggie?
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, I read things on the internet sometimes.
Yeah, you've had.
I've gone down internet rabbit holes.
What'd you read on the internet?
There are lots.
What, like, name some stuff?
I don't know if we should.
That's the kind of.
Well, I'm just saying there's rabbit holes that, they take you all sorts all sorts and sometimes it's places you regret going to.
Really? What are some of the places you've been on the internet that you regret?
Okay, well, how about a tame one? I found myself for 3 hours one night on a Tuesday. It was probably 2 o'clock in the morning. I was watching people paving concrete driveways.
That sounds pretty cool.
And there's like a vlogger that paves concrete drive. You know what? It's fascinating.
No, that does sound cool.
I don't.
It's weird that is your thing, that you find naked people doing driveway work.
No, they were fully clothed people doing concrete work.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was, and then I watched a guy cut his grass really short.
There's so many places I could take that statement, but I will not, out of respect for the viewers.
Also, we're kind of joking because I think we're still over the PA system here at Gingerman Raceway.
Yes, correct.
And this morning I was absolutely roasting Luke McGrew, and
is Luke okay? Is he in the burn unit right
now?
Well,
I wasn't trying to be mean. We were just talking about the engine swaps that he's done, about 3 dozen of at this point, and he was on pit lane literally replacing his transmission.
Oh no!
So Luke, I love you, buddy. And good luck today.
And this is his version of an apology, Luke. And it is up to you whether to accept this or not. You do not have to.
Oh, the other person I need to apologize to is Max Toyer, because he was very excited about his 13th place starting position yesterday, and I skipped that row on the grid.
Good.
So he was upset with me. So I'm sorry, Max. Max, you did really well. And that car will, I think Max will be back in it for race 4 today.
And Max, isn't this better than being announced earlier?
Yeah, because now Max Toyer, our favorite German, he was running his Beamer, and he chose wet tires like our race winner did, Luke McGrew, and Max passed a whole bunch of cars and finished 13th, and then he started 13th for race 2. And then I just missed that when I did the lineup. So, oops.
Yeah, that's tough for Max, but Max will get his revenge, I imagine.
I'm sure he will.
He'll find a way.
Yes.
It looks like we're going to figure out a way to get this car off track. Unfortunately, it does not look like it was flat towable due to the inability to steer, and the entire right side of that car would probably fly off if they tried. So we're going to pull it on the flatbed, be back with some drifting here shortly. In the meantime, do you have any cool things we should talk about? No, I mean, like, do we have anyone to thank?
Oh yeah,
we
got
anyone?
We got a lot of. Okay, well, first of all,
so hold on. We gotta fire up the announcer voice.
Yeah, let's. Well,
Here we go.
I was going to talk about. Well, look, we can do this.
No.
Let's
go back. Let's go back.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh.
Falken Tire, the RT660 tire, peak performance inspired by enthusiasts.
With birds.
And FCP Euro. Every part you buy is guaranteed for life. And GRIDLIFE Live is sponsored by Haltech. Unlock the power. And by STA-BIL. Ready, willing, STA-BIL. And by Mike's Harder. Dude, that's sweet.
Thank you.
And by ST Suspensions. And GRIDLIFE Live is brought to you by VP Racing, the official fuel partner of the 2020 GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival.
While we peel this car off the track, do you want to tell myself, because I'm actually really curious, about Lemons of Love?
Yeah, Lemons of Love.
Speaking of lemons.
Yeah, speaking of lemons.
Got it.
Oh, well,
Lemon Miata.
It's a perfect segue here.
Yeah.
So, lemonsoflove.org. This is an organization that sends care packages with quality products with a purpose to ease the short-term side effects of treatment of cancer patients and designed to brighten a cancer patient's day. If you can go to www.lemonsoflove.org, you can donate there or in the super chat on the YouTube side. So you can donate in the chat there and help out with these care packages. And these are awesome motorsport-related buddies of ours, and they do this around racetracks around the country. So it's really cool. It's an awesome initiative, and definitely pop that in the super chat. Couple bucks goes a long way, and we'll remind you throughout the day as well.
Well, the bonus you agreed to do right before this was that for each donation, you would eat an entire lemon, skin and all, today.
Yeah,
on stream.
We're gonna
so
do
for
that
every donation,
sure.
Kyle will eat an entire skinned lemon. It looks like we've already got a couple hundred.
Here, I'll put this out there. If we can raise $1,000 today,
yeah,
I will eat a full lemon on camera at the end of the stream.
Oh, that's okay. I mean,
I
wasn't trying to put you up to that, but if you like that, if that's how you be, then that's how you be.
Yeah. Let's do it.
I'm interested in that.
$1,000. If we raise $1,000 by the end of the stream, I will eat a lemon on camera at the end of the day.
And you're agreeing to skin on? Because I don't think that's...
skin on.
Oh
everything.
My God. Hold on, this Corvette's winking at me. So this is
I don't know why, but I feel like this is named Barbara.
Yeah, well, that's Anthony Gockel and Barbara.
I just feel like the car is...
Yeah, I'm putting that in my notes that Kyle has named him Barbara.
I just feel like it's just the way the pink is just that certain flavor.
Well, it sounds like Barbie.
Well, it's not.
Hold on, we're gonna get up in the biz.
Ooh, here we go. Live look at our
Shepsta, the PV, just giving us the nice view of what a Corvette looks like being peeled off the track here after he had a little kerfuffle, as we call them.
Yes, a kerfuffle.
There are no mistakes in drifting. There are just kerfuffles.
Kerfuffles and whoopsies.
And whoopsie. Well, there's the whoopsie pedal.
The whoopsie pedal.
We don't want to go down that road again.
Yes.
Yes, there's Anthony Gockel in that nice Barbara C5 Corvette.
And managing nicely down the straightaway here, off into, I think this is turn 7 right now on the binders.
What kind of Corvette guy are you?
Okay, actually, seriously, I have a very strong opinion about this.
I bet you do.
Very much about the C7.
C7, sure.
I just think that the way that car sounds, the way that car looks, that was like peak Corvette for me. And as much as people in the area are going to hate me for saying this, I'm not a big fan of the C8.
Why do you think the people in the area will hate you?
Because I feel like, I just feel like, look, I get that the Corvette was always about affordable technology for the guy, but I just something about front engine, rear wheel drive, big V8 makes a whole lot of noise, just makes me happy. And the mid engine thing is cool, but it's kind of like if you took an NSX and a 48 and like smashed them together.
Yeah,
it's not a Corvette anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could still. I've never driven one.
I haven't
seen a couple in the
so
flesh.
I have there's no reason for me to hold that opinion other than aesthetics.
I think that it looks pretty cool and it sounds like it performs pretty well.
From the front, I love it. I'm not a big fan of the back half.
Yeah, the back does look a little funky to me, but I think
the back half of that car looks a little funky to me.
Well, that's drift aesthetic because that just shows that you've got big drift energy by ripping off your bumper already.
Yeah.
And I just spoke to this gentleman here. This is. Hold on, I'm being signaled. I'm not being signaled.
No, it's
Chris Stewart
Chris Stewart
is pointing fingers at me.
He's being very expressive out the
yes,
window.
So that's Rolando Alfaro. Or is that the other way around? Alfaro Rolando. We'll never know. In that black Z from Kansas City, shredding out there. Already lost his bumper. It was a good fight. The bumper did not prevail.
I'm just Googling to make sure that you can eat lemons with the skin to make sure I'm not
going
to die.
That's it. You might get salmonella, right?
You should wash them thoroughly before eating them. But yes, it's safe to eat lemon peel. They contain many vitamins, minerals, and
well, there
fibers.
you go. It's for your health.
Yeah, for your health.
That's
so
perfect.
confirmed. I will do that again. If we raise $1,000 for Lemons of Love, I will eat a lemon on stream at the end of the day.
What if
Full thing.
What if there's $10,000? Is that 10 lemons?
Yes.
$20,000. 20 lemons today?
Okay, maybe not 20. Well,
Okay, where's the cutoff here?
10.
I got to know when the diminishing returns begin.
I have to be able to get to Indianapolis tomorrow, and
Okay.
if I die, I think
But I
other
feel
boss
like
will be upset with me.
You'd be fueled by 20 or more lemons, raw lemons. could be just the energy you need to make it to Indy.
Perhaps.
That looks like we have a time attack card.
Yeah.
Is that what that big wing is?
I don't know. Like, I feel like you don't really run wings in drift.
No, I mean some drafters run the bag wangs, but other times no. It's kind of gone out of style. I think not out of style, less prevalent. I would say, especially at maybe party events because they do get ripped off all the time.
Is it just like an aesthetic thing, or is there actually?
I mean, it does
benefit?
actually play into downforce, I suppose. But I think one of the issues is that angle. I remember our good friend Chris Forsberg did explain to me once how, because he had a big wang on his car one year, and just kind of how it does help and hurt for some things and other things. I don't recall exactly what it is, because again, I do not have a lot of the information needed to make accurate portrayals of any of these things, but I can give you answers, but they just are not grounded in reality. Or are they?
Who knows? This is a little bit banged up looking BMW. This was the twin one that we were talking about. I had it right, and now you're messing me up. Edgedigus.
Oh, that was a nice snappy entry there from Rolando. Edge.
There you go. Yeah, but I think when you say it back to back, it gets tricky.
If you say it 3 times in a row, does he appear in the mirror in your bathroom?
I mean, I haven't actually talked to him, so maybe I should do that to summon him, and then I can have a conversation. So
yeah, I mean that might be inconvenient for him, like if he's on the racetrack and
that would be
pull
real
him
bad.
into this.
He's got probably AI driving the car, so it's fine.
Ooh.
Whoop, a little bit. I did that earlier.
Nice. A lot of BMWs out here. More, and this is one increasing trend you're seeing in a lot of newer drift cars. Is as we destroy all of the JDM classics, we are now moving on to the Euro classics, so we can start destroying those.
Well, I think we talked about this yesterday about getting cars that are a little bit less expensive to start building more affordable drift cars, and I feel like older BMWs. My buddy Ed, Auto Assets down in Columbus, Ohio, they are a German auto manufacturer shop. They fix Audis and BMWs and Porsches. And I was asking him, hey, what's a good first car? And he told me like a E36, E46 BMW M3 like is not a bad, even if it's not an M3. Just that generation is a lot easier to work on than I thought they were.
I feel like
but that's also a BMW shop guy telling me, so who knows?
Yeah, right. I feel like we're going to start plucking the E36 M3s pretty. The pool is going to start being pretty empty here soon. But yeah, you can turn a base one into if you're building a race car, anyways. You're going to throw in a different motor and put on a body kit, and you've got this thing.
Yep. And I know there's a half a dozen of them running in GLTC as well, so we got to have the picks on those.
I like how he's running his LED whip during the day too, because it is showing and it's letting everyone know he's shaking his buns. Looks like we got George K in that very clean 370.
I want to say
it's too far.
I'm always afraid.
Yeah, that's a 370.
It is okay. I'm always afraid of the 350 versus 370 thing, because if you say it wrong very confidently, everyone just assumes you don't know.
Well, that's what's so important, though, is that you do have to say the incorrect things with confidence.
Yeah.
Which
I'm really good at doing.
And this is going to be Dirk Stratton following him, and I can say that with confidence.
Yeah. I mean, because here's the thing: if people don't know and you don't know, as long as you pretend like you know, no one will question you.
And that's true. Ish. Although people in the comments section will let you know.
Which is tricky on a live broadcast.
But the trick is,
it's like live fact checking.
I like to throw them for a loop by being wrong about so many things that they can't keep up.
They're always one step behind.
Exactly.
I'm like, do you know that the E36 M3 has 7 cylinders?
Well, I mean,
and they're arranged in a Q pattern.
That's questionable.
There's 6 of them in like a circle, and there's
like a rotary.
Yes.
No, like a
piston aircraft.
A piston. Yeah. I'm so happy.
That's our fake facts about the M3 today. Welcome.
So wait, I forget. Are those engines and aircraft that are in a rotational pattern? Is that also a rotary engine?
I think it's a radial engine.
Radial. Thank you.
And there's radial tires.
Yes.
which are not also engines.
Yes, and there's horse hooves from the drift horses from back in the day
Yeah.
that were replaced by tires.
The Hoovesier RE71s.
Correct. After those
The Hoovesier 1919s.
Yeah, and I guess that's something I should talk to Chris Stewart about is horse drifting, if that's a new thing we can kind of bring into this. Because imagine just how nicely that would complement the...
Horse racing?
Drifting.
Horse drifting.
Horse drifting.
Okay.
That would complement our suite of engaging activities here at GRIDLIFE West.
All right. Well, there's a Roush performance sticker on the side of this BMW.
It may have a Ford engine.
Which, again, how on a scale of 0 to sacrilegious, how sacrilegious is that?
All things are capable in the world of drifting.
Well, LS is in Mustangs. We've already crossed that
it's
boundary.
not, but it's also not sacrilegious. It's still awesome. Like,
it's awesome, but
everyone's pretty okay
I'm
with
sure
it.
the Ford people are upset.
Drift community is very used to bastardizing all sorts of cars.
I see.
So there's no...
What's the craziest engine swap you've ever seen? Like, what's the weirdest thing that you've seen?
That's impossible to say.
Is it impossible to say?
Yeah, I think so. I feel like in the days of reading early automotive magazine-y things, there's lots. The craziest one is easily the one that we helped to do media with our good buddy Ryan Turk in the GT4586. The Ferrari
yes.
motor and
So I think I can one-up you. There was a car here earlier in the spring when we were here for spring kickoff. I don't think it ran. It wasn't a drift car. It wasn't a. I don't know what it ran, but it was a Rolls-Royce with a Dodge Viper motor in it.
Okay.
So that's pretty weird, and it looked awesome. So.
Out as far as weird engine stuff out here, though, I haven't seen him out today, unfortunately. But Mike Day has a VW GTI that has an engine out of a 540 BMW and is also a rear-wheel drive drift car.
Okay.
So that is probably the freakiest build we have here.
I like it.
In the drift world, at least.
It's like Legos. You can just do whatever you want.
With enough time and money and tolerance to pain emotionally and obviously financially, you can do anything in the drift world. But drift people are already gluttons for punishment because,
Has anyone ever run diesels in drift?
Yes.
Is that a common thing?
No.
Okay.
I don't think
What about electric cars? That's got to be a thing now.
Yeah, our good
Tesla?
buddy Vaughn, who is usually at most drifty.
Oh, right, the Mach-E thing.
The Mach-E thing.
Yeah. I shouldn't say Mach-E thing. The Mach-E.
Yeah.
The Ford Mach-E.
Mustang Mach-E 1400.
Yes.
Please.
I saw a video of that car, like doing skids and stuff somewhere. Was that you?
Yeah.
Oh. That's where I remember.
Our company, Race Service, we
Gotcha.
We wrote, shot, directed, and edited that thing, of course, with massive input from Team RTR and the Vaughn team.
Cool video.
Thank you.
Very
yeah,
cool.
that was a very fun
See,
project.
I get around the internet.
See, you've seen the internet videos.
Yeah.
But yeah, that car was wild to drift in because one thing you don't usually get to do unless you have an intercom system is have a full casual conversation while doing 80 miles an hour skids. But because the car makes very little noise, you could just calmly talk to each other while doing insane driving maneuvers.
Have to give it to
Dirk.
For continuing to drift while in the grass and never giving up.
Never lift is something we do like to say in the world of drifting, and it's important. And that's what you have to understand about these cars out here is there's a throttle on-off switch. We have nothing else when we're drifting out here, so modulation isn't even an option. Essentially, you just floor it, and then they usually take just like a mallet and some nails. I guess a hammer would be better than a mallet, but you just nail the pedal to the floor. And then you lift it up at the end of the session because that is, drifters started doing that, I'd say in probably 72. And since then it's just kind of become the style is like, I will not let off this accelerator until the car is on fire or totaled, or I just have to come back into the pits to change tires.
That sounds so fun.
Yeah. Very dangerous, but again, that's what drifting is all about, baby.
Being dangerous or not?
Big drift energy.
Gotcha. Big drift energy.
Never lift.
Having the confidence to just go firewall forward.
Nice
and just go for it.
Yeah, nice FPV chase on one of the two. I don't know where his buddy is. There's either. I wish they had distinguishing features. That's either Dan or Gus. Yeah.
That car got pulled off yesterday. I think had issues.
Yeah, one of them did have a floppy arm, which is what I call it when one of the wheels has no suspension components. I've never called it that, and I don't think I'm going to call it that again.
You have.
Again,
you crossed that boundary.
I didn't like how it sounded.
Yeah, I didn't either.
So I'm not going to use that anymore. But yeah, there were a pair of yellow M's driven by Dan Nikov and Gus Buzas, both from Chicago, with regular old M motors, but supercharged and turboed. Enough to get, if only our FPV pilot could get really, really close to the name placard on the door, we could find out exactly.
That sounds like a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, we've done some weird FPV stuff at GridLifes before of, launching them from the window of a car.
Yeah, I saw that video. Wait, at South last year, did they fly a drone through a window?
I forget if it was completely through or if it was driven down the hill in the hand of one
I
person
see.
and then released.
But it was a spectacular shot.
Yeah, it was very awesome. Here we have a nice train of Du Bois. Looks like we have Rolando in the front, followed by Dirk Stratton, which I believe that is one of his former competition cars. So very hooked up and awesome car from Stratton Chevrolet.
I'm watching out the window. I can see our FPV drone pilot just absolutely in the zone.
Shredding.
Right now.
Yeah, you can't really do much else, which is why I've always thought it would be kind of fun for me at least, but very bad and should never be done to any drone pilot ever. But to give an FPV drone pilot like a little belly, a tummy tickle while he's flying, because they are at the mercy of the drone, and like obviously they've got to bring it home safely, and there is no ability to just like, hold on, let me pull the goggles off for 1 second and talk to you. You can't do that because you have to pretty much just be entirely in the zone until you land. Tummy tickles are off limits. Let that be a warning to all.
Last year was my first GRIDLIFE experience watching FPV pilots, and the guy like just depowered the drone and it just fell out of the sky and he just caught it with his goggles still on. Oh, that was hot.
That's some alpha moves. I've flown a little bit and it is fun to catch it in your hand if possible. Also, you can cut your fingers open real nice because the props are very sharp.
Yeah.
So I'd like his move of powering down before
I don't know how it just fell out of the sky and he just caught it and I go, that was really attractive.
I bet he made it look cool, but he was probably overused his battery and it just died at that moment.
It might have. That would have been really good timing and being very efficient with his battery
it
power.
Looked very impressive, but he was terrified that this was about to crash into a field and he caught it at just the last second.
All right, so it looks like we got cars still rolling right now, or
Yeah, there's a ghost car out there right now. It's kind of like you're in a sim race and you know about the ghost drivers.
Yes.
We actually do have one of those right now.
Okay.
And you guys would have had to perform the drift seance before this to see the ghost car because it is weird ghost stuff. I don't know how it works, but yeah, you can see the ghost car right now doing some crazy backies, fifth gear initiations. Yep.
Oh, we'll take a look at our schedule for the rest of the day, just see how we're doing here. I think what we've got, actually I know what's coming up next. Oh, there's a part and a piece.
Oh.
Well, that explains that.
Well, that's called active weight reduction, and we do that to make better drifts.
Yes. All right, here's our schedule. 3:35, that's 5 minutes from now, the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Top 10 Shootout. Then Time Attack again at 4:05. We'll be joined from Ben from FCP Euro. Then at 5 p.m., GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race number 3. Another drift sesh here with myself and Sam. GLTC Race number 4 at 7 p.m. More Time Attack at 7:30, and then Night Shift Drift to top off GRIDLIFE Midwest in 2020.
That sounds like a full helping of the life grids.
Yes, it sounds great. We'll be back with Drift at 6:30. Sam, thanks for joining me.
Thank you for joining me.
And thanks for watching Drift this afternoon at GRIDLIFE Midwest.
Right now we're joining hands, as we always end the shows, with a nice, healthy handhold. Very long, still holding. Let go, Kyle. Kyle, let go of me. We got to stop.
I'll never let go.
Okay.
GRIDLIFE Touring Cup has run 2 races so far at GRIDLIFE Midwest 2020, but after race number 2, we'll take our top 10 competitors, put them on the racetrack for a shootout for 1 lap to qualify for our 3rd race. Welcome back to GRIDLIFE Live. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Tom O'Gorman. We've got Sam Nalvin standing in the background, waiting to watch a very entertaining qualifying session. Now, Tom, this is very different from the qualifying we did yesterday. This is shootout qualifying. We take our top 10 from race 2, and one at a time, 10th, 9th, 8th, and so on and so forth, get their own lap on the racetrack to go run as fast as they can. They get 1 chance.
It's a very high-pressure situation, and this is really just snatched straight from Bathurst. If you've ever watched Bathurst V8 supercars or GT3 cars there, they do a top 10 shootout. You get 1 lap. That lap is the only one that counts, so it's very high stakes, and we're taking the results from race number 2. That was the last night in the dark, and also in the wet, and we are now turning those top 10 drivers loose again, like you said, starting with the 10th fastest, 9th, 8th, 7th, and this is going to reorder the top 10 into race number 3, which is coming up at about 5 o'clock today. But these drivers have to now go deliver the fastest lap they can put down in 1 lap with the entire world watching them.
Yeah, so this
everyone's watching in the world right now, right?
Yeah, all 7 billion, 8 billion, however many it is. What's that? I don't know. We'll have Matt confirm that for us in a second. Hopefully it's working.
We don't know.
Be able to hear him, but we'll find out. Yeah. We got Sam Nalvin watching, but Tom, what I like about this, we tried this for the first time at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and it right there we found how entertaining these can be. It was Pervez Randilia that ended up being probably the most entertaining driver to watch at Mid-Ohio. Was kind of driving full opposite lock in kind of sketchy conditions, trying to get the most out of the car. He didn't make this top 10 shootout. He missed it by 1 spot in race number 2, so unfortunately, Pervez Randilia will be missing out. However, we have a couple drivers in this top 10 shootout that are new. Brandon Puck in the 115 has been so impressive all weekend. Could be a wild card up here at the front. Also, the driver that won race 2, Andy Smedgard, will not be in the car for race number 3. It'll be the other driver, Ron, that was driving the car in race 1. So he will be the one that jumps in there, and that will be, let's see here, Ron Solomon. So he will be in for the top 10 shootout and probably race 3.
Cool. So that this is basically kind of a pause on the weekend, and when you kind of look at the schedule, what this top 10 shootout is, I don't know what that is. It's kind of a glorified time attack moment, but we give everybody the track to themselves for 1 single lap, and it's turned into this fantastic spectacle to watch because it's the only time that you get to watch these GLTC cars. Normally there's 50 of them. Like, where do you even look? You get 1 car to watch, and you get to see how these cars make their speed, because these are the most mild-built cars, I would say, in the GRIDLIFE sphere. Obviously, drift cars are crazy, tons of horsepower, tons of steering angle, tons of smoke and noise. You have time attack cars, tons of aero, tons of power, all this stuff, tons of grip. Even in the street class, like, those cars are rowdy built cars. The GLTC cars are kind of the mildest of all of the builds that you would see, but the way the drivers make speed with them and then obviously the way they race is spectacular. So this is an awesome opportunity not only to reorder the grid, kind of shake up the weekend a little bit, but get a really, really good look at how these cars handle the track with just 1 car to look at.
I don't know what that plant was, but it was sort of interesting.
I think that dinosaurs come out of that, right?
I think so. I think so.
Or like the Demogorgon.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but we'll roll with it.
This is what you've been going through all day.
Oh, it is on. It is on. Okay, cool. So
it's on?
Okay, so the Demogorgon. All right. No, we don't have time. I have so many questions about GLTC in general that I've picked your brains on a little bit off camera. But like the main one I have is I know that it goes super deep, of course, into the rule book, but a simple layman's understanding, what has been done to these cars to make them competitive in this field, what is allowed to be done, and so on.
It's really not that deep of a rule book. It's a 12.5 to 1 power to weight ratio that you can build a car to that limit. So I think the basic math works out to, if you have 200 horsepower, your car weighs 2,600 pounds or so. Yeah. And then you can go up and down on that based on what you want to do to your car. So you want a front-wheel drive car, you can make it a little lighter. You want a big V8, you have to make it a little heavier. You want a big wing, you have to make it a little heavier. And there's percentages that it goes up and down based on how you want to modify your car. Outside of power to weight ratio, there really isn't much in the rules. You can't make a tube frame car. You can't do aero over a certain size, but really you can choose to build whatever kind of car you want. We have 3,300-pound Honda Odysseys and Acura TLs with V6s. We've got 1,800-pound Honda CRXs, but the power to weight always works out to that 12.5 to 1. And it makes for this super competitive, kind of big
diverse
variety.
Yeah, diverse field. That seems to be kind of the name of the game here, and probably, I guess, lower cost to sink in versus something like Time Attack, where you are doing massive amounts of custom fab potentially What are kind of the base modifications people are doing to these cars?
If you're just going to cookie cutter build a car, I would say you need some big wheels and tires.
22s?
Hoosiers, 22s, yes,
Yeah,
with
okay.
spinners preferred. You need good suspension, good shocks, spring rates to match. You need big wheels and tires. Some Hoosier R7s are usually the cookie cutter build choice, but there are some street tire cars. A little bit of aero, and you need to hit that power to weight however you get there. The only part of the build that isn't really kind of have a rule about it is torque. So that's why we see cars that tend to make a lot of torque for the engine size that they have be very successful. The K24 is really popular because you get good torque for power. The BMW is obviously good torque.
Are engine swaps allowed?
Engine swaps are allowed.
Cool.
We see a lot of that, actually.
Yeah.
The one of the winning formula, so to speak, out of Louisville, Kentucky, their winning formula has been to put K24s in NA and NB Mazda Miatas. So that has been the most successful combination. Aaron Lichty is the winningest driver in GLTC, over 25 victories of the I don't know how many races we've done, Tom. It's got to be in the 60s or 70s now.
Yeah.
But Aaron's won a whole bunch of races. He's only not won about them as many times as he has won. So that's a pretty amazing winning ratio.
Yeah, so lightweight car, low power.
Yep.
It seems to be kind of more winning than heavy car, big power.
Yeah, well, it depends on the racetrack. I think at Road America we saw the M3 kind of be the formula to go out there and run. And while they didn't win a race, Ryan Upham was awful close to getting it. I think Upham is going to be, let's see.
He's going to be our second car out.
Second car out. So that's one I want to watch because Upham is really good. So we're waiting for the cars to roll out here. And again, about a minute and 38, 39 seconds for our top guys. Probably about a minute and 41, 42 for the guys at the bottom half of the top 10 here. We'll see what they can do. The track conditions are, well, I was going to joke it's a little slick out there, but that's actually pretty grippy considering the temperature that we've gotten. It's cloudy, and it should be ideal for running pretty quick laps. Now, go ahead.
I was going to make the point. This is the first time that these drivers aren't looking at the sky with grid closing in 2 minutes going, what the heck do I do? This is the first time for these drivers, including all of practice, including qualify everything, other than actual qualifying, that these guys are just like, put your dries on and go drive a lap.
Well,
so they're probably all relieved for that.
Absolutely. And going back to some engine swaps, the fourth or fifth car in that line was a Scion FRS. That engine in there is actually from an S2000. They were kind of calling it
AP1 or AP2?
Don't know off the top. It's AP1.
Yeah. Cool ones.
So, all right, there's
9,000 RPM.
Yeah, there's How's rolling on the racetrack. This is a 2.5 Ecotech swap. This is a Ford Fusion motor, basically.
How do you stagger the starts? Like, are we starting and finishing at the start line so they get to kind of warm up until they get to that point?
Yeah, so what we're going to see is each car go out for a warm-up lap, and then once they start their flying lap, the next car will be released for a warm-up.
Oh, cool.
The car on the track will finish his flying lap and start a cool-down. The car from behind will start a flyer, and then they'll release the next car. So there will be up to 3 cars on track at one time. They will be all spread out, but there will always be 1 car warming up, 1 car on a flyer, and 1 car on a cool-down. Right now we're looking at Eric Meadows, who finished 10th in yesterday's race. This is probably the mildest car in the top 10. You can see there's not a lot of aero, no aero at all. But fundamentally underneath, he does have the good shocks, the good wheels and tires, the good engine power-to-weight ratio. So he's more or less still a fully built GLTC car. You can see little flashes of stickers on the tires, so he decided to throw a fresh set of Hoosiers on this car, and he will be going for a flyer here in just a couple minutes.
So this becomes very intense as soon as they take the green flag. This is every driver focusing because you do not get a chance to make this up. If you blow turn 1, it's over. Mm-hmm. So there is a little bit of a need to maybe underdrive just a little bit, just so that you don't make a huge mistake. However, if you do that, you're going to be slow.
For me, that doesn't. That's not the case for Eric because he can't do any worse than 10th. He's already 10th. The worst case, he's where he starts.
Right.
Whatever.
So go out there and go for it.
Yeah,
or in a ditch. But, hopefully.
He's already, he lost an engine here earlier this year and put a whole bunch of other cars in a ditch because he lost the oil everywhere else.
Yeah, but I mean, that's cool, though, because it kind of relates a little bit more to my world in the drifting competition world, because you really do, at the end of the day, get one run or one set of runs, at least follow, to really prove your worth that weekend.
Green flag for Eric Meadows down into turn number 1. Going to tuck it in nice and tight. Maybe a little bit of early apex wobbling there. The track got a little bit of dirt on it. Now through turn number 2. Get the car downshifted, probably second gear here, maybe third. Now he'll accelerate up out, get that car squatting on power time and head to turn 3.
Down into turn 3. And one thing we should mention, drift obviously just wrapped up. There's probably some dirt and debris, which we saw kick up at the apex of turn number 1. So the track conditions theoretically may get better and better. It's not a bad thing. It's just part of the reality of it. You got to deal with the track conditions. So Eric Meadows now smooth to turn number 3. Don't see any major mistakes. Looks pretty good so far. And again, he's really got nothing to lose here other than, putting it off into a ditch. We're going to see Ryan Upham rolling off the pit lane to start his warm-up lap. So when you see the black and red BMW, he's warming up, but all eyes on the silver NC MX-5 coming towards us at turn number 7.
This is the trickiest part when I drove earlier today. This was the part that I struggled with the most. Turn 7, get that car to the right.
Oh.
This is going to track all the way out to the edge of the racetrack. Now keep rolling through turn 8 and then back to the left to turn 9. That's the transition that's so hard.
And he was deep into turn 7, totally missed the apex. So the first mistake we've seen out of Meadows, but he's now rallied that one and now headed towards turn number 10. This car probably peaking just over 100 miles an hour when he now gets on the binders all the way off to the left side to open up the entry to that corner. You can see from this angle just how much the track drops away. Now a really late apex and the car starts to unwind the wheel, accelerate up towards turn number 10. This is the only time on the track that you really have a break as a driver. You get to think about what you've done, and now you get to focus towards turn number 11, just cresting about 120 miles an hour in a GLTC car as he gets on the binders at about the 2 mark there. Hard brakes and into the apex for the turn number 11. Beautiful carrying speed all the way out to the edge of the track, and this will be our first lap time for GLTC Top 10 Shootout.
Across the line for Eric Meadows. What will he run? How about a 146.333? I don't think he'll be thrilled with that. So unfortunately, that was not quite where we thought he would be running. Could be down to turn 1. We saw him make a slight mistake there. Then over in turn 7, Tom, missing one apex is going to cost you a lot of time. For Eric Meadows, he was going to start 10th anyway. For everybody else, oh boy, you better clean it up because you want to qualify well here, Tom, because we've seen starting up front at least keeps you ahead of all the chaos that we're going to see behind.
True, and the Hoosier R7 does take a little bit of time to come up to temperature. These cars will get faster and faster over the laps. So we've seen fast laps and track records down in the 138 range. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't really see anybody go much sub 140 or at all sub 140. Which means we have to shun them all and not talk to them ever again.
That is interesting, though. He said about he can lose so much time off of a little mistake because that is kind of like the light car, low power thing. Is they're less forgiving because bigger car, bigger power. A slight mistake won't necessarily cost you as much because little car you have to get back up to speed. Right?
Exactly. Well, the bigger cars recover better.
Yeah. Well, Ryan Upham's M3. This car has been really good at Road America. Almost won the final race of the weekend. This car is a rocket ship too. So as he gets it tucked into turn number 2, he should be able to power that car off, see a little bit of counter steer all the way out to the edge of the racetrack using every inch, Tom. This M3 has been a really good kind of build that they've been working on. They've got, there's kind of a car built very similar to it. That's 802 Woody Hyman. They look very similar from a distance, but Ryan Upham so close to victory at Road America. I think he'd love to put it on pole and go for one today.
Yeah, the car looked a little pushy in turn numbers 1 and 2, a little twitchy as well. And now he's tucking it down into turn number 5, goes for the double apex approach rather than swinging wide. There again, he's a little bit early, and you see him we washed out. So it looks like either the track conditions or the tire temperatures. It is very cool here. Look at that big push. You see a ton of steering lock, and the car just won't turn. He's really struggling to get the BMW to handle, and that may be why we saw Eric Meadows' time so far off what we expected. I don't know that we're going to see Ryan Upham do much better.
Yeah, maybe the track is just not as fast as we expected it to be, Tom. And also, remember, you said warm-up lap. Maybe these drivers on pit lane should be thinking, maybe I should get my tires as warm as possible for my flying lap. Maybe they went out there thinking it would be fine, and they discovered very quickly, oh, my tires are still cold.
Yep.
What's the burnout rule? Can you have like a burnout box?
I don't think Adam would be very happy.
No one's thought about that yet, actually.
No.
I think we should go try that.
But now we're on the PA. Everyone's going to go try it now. We're going to get in trouble.
That's an autocross thing. You want to be a dork about doing a burnout at your autocross, warming the tires.
Down into turn number 11 now on the brakes. This car is so good on the brakes. I heard Eric Cattell tell me all these M3s, all these BMWs in general, are so good on the binders. Now across the line for Ryan Upham. Where will he line up for GLTC race number 3? Across the line, 141.792. Pretty decent lap. I would say that's going to be probably top 7 or 6.
Yeah, better than expected, to be honest. We saw how pushy that car looked early in the lap, but it must have come back to him, and he did a much better job salvaging mistakes maybe than Eric Meadows was able to. So the next car we'll see was our 8th place finisher from yesterday's race, Emil Tab, who will be certainly a contender. Again, these drivers were working off of a wet race, and Tab is one of the contenders at the top every time that we get one of these more normal races. So I would expect to see him. He's one of the drivers that has a big opportunity to pick up positions from 8th place yesterday.
Emil Tab's car is an absolute demon in the straight line. At Road America, he was giving people slam drafts on the straightaways. That's big lockup. Down into turn number 1, and Emil Tab is off all the way out to the porta potty there on track out. And
Is this the Hoosiers not being warmed up? And it's just like
it could be. This car, I don't think has ABS.
Well,
time.
yeah, this is the first car that doesn't have ABS, and you talk about the high stakes. The first corner, first mistake, and the lap's gone. So Emil Tab will likely be our 10th place starter based on that mistake, unless anybody else is able to or doesn't get a lap in as well.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing is he carries so much straightaway speed, and it's so easy to lock up tires. We had a big ABS versus non-ABS discussion at Road America because it was wet there for a couple races, and in the wet, the ABS becomes a huge advantage. Talked to Professor Randilia, and he was like, yeah, I can get in so much deeper than some of these people around me. So Emil Tab, just the slightest mistake off into turn one. I just think you're right, Tom. I don't think the track has the grip that we expected it to have.
But I think, if you're Emil, keep going. If someone else makes a mistake, you want to have a faster mistake lap than everybody else's mistake lap. So you can see he's still on it, and he can get the tires up to temperature, get a sense for what the track conditions are going to be. These guys are racing in just over an hour, so there's no reason to give up and necessarily never quit in racing.
Absolutely not. So Emil Tab will work through 7, 8, and 9 now and recover. And while that was a big oopsie, it's always a possibility that someone else will make another mistake. So
honestly, it's not a whole lot. I still think these drivers that were down in 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, there's not a lot to lose. You go one row back, so he'll start.
Yeah.
Worst case, he starts 10th instead of 8th. That's like one more car to pass at the start.
I think if you're on the front row, I still think that you're at risk of being put 3 wide into turn 1. We saw that yesterday. I don't think there's really anywhere that's safe. I think you're just a little bit safer if you're in the top 4 or top 3, just because you get a little bit more breathing room and you can at least see where you're going.
He didn't finish his lap, so he's guaranteeing himself a 10th place start now, which means we all eyes shift to Ryan Christoph, which is the coolest car in the top 10 in my opinion. This is actually a GLTC exhibition car because it is semi-tube frame, which is not allowed in the rule books. That's one of the things we don't allow, but this car is built for SECA club racing and makes speed exactly the same way that a GLTC car does. And Ryan is a grid life buddy from years and years and years and years. He's got this car, and we bring it out. He brings it out to race whenever he can. So front-wheel drive semi-tube frame Honda CRX from 1986, I believe, starting his flyer. This was Ryan Christoph's 7th place finisher from race 2 yesterday.
New transmission in this car, blew it up at Road America a couple weeks ago. They put a new one in, and they're back and ready to race now. Again, this car looks like what a TCR car would look like in 1986. Down into turn 1, a little bit off the apex there, but I don't think Ryan Christoph usually takes a lot of curbing. He's generally pretty respectful about the edges of the racetrack between the white lines. So this car handles so well. It's just such a lightweight, short wheelbase platform. It'll be a rocket ship here.
I think with Ryan in the car, it's about 1,800 pounds as he's now a big lockup.
That's from the rear tire.
Number 3. That was I think that was the right front.
Was it the right front? It looked like it could have been a right rear. I saw a video of him at Indianapolis a couple of years ago. He had locked up rear tires on the entry to the infield complex in the infield of Indy Turn 1. So he has locked up rear tires before, but that just goes to show you how on the limit he is here.
Working his way through turn 5 and 6. This is, again, the lightest car, which means it's the hardest to put temps in. You need to keep this thing spun up. He's grabbing gears, super short gear ratios, uses first, second, third.
Whoa,
fourth,
big
fifth,
rear lockup again. No, off the racetrack.
Oh.
And Christoph going to go way off into the weeds at turn number 7. And like I said, I think does he have a brake bias adjustment in this car?
He should, but I'm just blown away at how hard the conditions must be right now. We don't see these kinds of mistakes out of GLTC front runners.
Especially not at a Christoph.
I mean, that track is deceptively cold, though.
Yeah,
I think so. I totally agree.
And I think the Christoph, again, so going into 3, that must have been a rear tire. I think maybe, again, you had this issue. You drove TCR cars for a couple of years. On the opening laps of a race, it is a big problem in these cars to get rear tire temp. And especially when you're on the brakes hard, you're going to be locking up those rear tires. They'll be sliding around on you. It's so easy for that to let go. But Christoph did a great job getting it stopped before he got into the
we'll
lead.
see if he doesn't quit. He will actually get to start 9th in front of Emil Tab. I don't know that Christoph knows Emil didn't finish his flyer. So if he realizes that, he has the opportunity to still not start in the 10th position, but we shift focus now to that F20 powered Scion FRS, Justin Kelly.
Yeah, Justin Kelly, they were working on this car a bunch. Debuted last year at Road America, and since then he's gotten a couple victories, most recently at Pikes Peak International Raceway in Colorado. And Myriad Motorsports, they bring out a whole bunch of cars. They've got Tiffany Kelly in a similar looking S2000, which has an S2000 motor in it. She just had a clutch or a throwout bearing put in it the other day, so she was working on that. But Justin and Tiffany, husband and wife combination, as they head down into turn number 11 to start his lap, Tom, and we'll see what Justin can get out of it. We know that Justin's super aggressive, especially on race starts, and I think he's right in his element here.
I think he might have done the burnout. I don't know if he's listening or not, but I heard a whole lot of racket out of the right side of our announce vehicle. He's starting his flyer, was the 6th-place finisher from yesterday's race. Current provisional pole is Ryan Upham at a 141.7, and Kelly now grabbing a bunch of curb through turn number 2. Tacks her up and sends it down into turn number 2. A little shallow, a big slide.
He's getting after it right now. We saw that car moving around through turn number 1, all the way out to the edge of the racetrack, now slamming through the gears to get down into turn 3 here. And I think where we're going to see people gain or lose time is through that 7-8-9 complex that is so challenging. That's what's been tricky. That's where Eric Meadows made his mistake and where Christoph had his spin.
He's looking and sounding fast, though, compared to the guys previous.
Yeah, really getting after it. And Justin, on the starts of races, he certainly has been known to go 3 wide. He's not afraid to go 4 wide. He'll take it 8 wide if you want to. But through turn 6 now, tucks it in nice and tight. And here's the tricky part, turn 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, this was the section that seemed to have a lot of debris and also a lot of just doesn't have a lot of temp in it, I don't think, and he's looking the most composed for sure out of all the drivers we've seen come through. Now into turn number 8, you're going to see a fast transition. Does he brake? Yes, just a little bit, but you could see he's still offline.
Yep.
He wasn't able to get the car tucked in for turn number 8, and then transitioning back to turn 9, he was in that debris. And again, it's not necessarily because the debris is online. It's probably because it's cold online, which is putting them offline and putting them into debris.
Yep.
And it's this exacerbating, the snake eating its own head or whatever. Eating its own head? Tail? Whatever.
The Ouroboros.
Yes, that.
Now up the straightaway now, getting through the gears again. This S2000 power plant, this has been sort of an interesting build because Pervez Randilia has the FA20 that this car comes with in it. It's been interesting because they've been very close to each other. So swapping this car didn't really seem to do a whole lot for the straightaway pace, but now out of turn 11, we'll come across the line. Right now, the time to beat the 141.792. Can Justin Kelly beat it across the line? Justin Kelly in the Myriad Motorsports 86, second place at 143.149.
So I guess not faster. He just was making a lot of engine noise.
Yes. Well, this is also one of the loudest cars in the grid.
The Honda engine way.
Yeah, I could feel that big Honda energy coming through the walls of the announcer's studio here.
Speaking of Hondas, the next car, Brandon Puck, has a Honda engine in it as well. That's a K24 powered NA Miata. So that red Miata working his way towards turn number 10 probably about now. Was 5th place finisher yesterday, and he's the unfamiliar face in the top 10. We haven't seen much of him. His new car for Road America. Was able to meet him and talk to him last night. He actually was racing Porsches in SECA for a little while. Was tired of how broken that car was all the time and decided, I'm going to go the answer to all questions, Miata, but I'm going to put a Honda engine in, and he's starting flyer lap number 1 for the Shootout Top 10.
Down into turn number 1. Again, you mentioned it, fresh face. Every time you come to GLTC, it's just about earning your respect of your fellow competitors, and Brendan Puck has done just that through turn 1, getting after it now into turn 2. Bit of a slide on entry. Good watch those front tires working here, Tom, as he gets through 2.
It looks good so far. You can see just how much more track he's using than Justin Kelly, who was looking tight and tidy but was just pretty shallow on everything. Puck now hard on the brakes, the nose dives down, and see how much wider he is than Kelly was. He's setting up for the long run down to turn number 5, and this is a huge straightaway in a GLTC car. It goes away fast in a time attack car, but this is a lot of watt in a little K24 Miata headed down towards the braking zone for turn number 5, and we'll see the roof of that Miata pop into frame just there.
Well, that was what was that? Where'd he go? We lost him.
He might have shot off the track.
Didn't he?
No, there he is.
Oh,
okay.
Thank God.
There was a lot more track to the left of frame than we realized. So now down towards turn number 7. This is where cars have been pushing wide. He's still pretty far off the apex there, but looking composed. Will he be able to tuck it in for turn number 8?
This is a great platform. We've seen the winning Formula cars really get after it. Look at that. That was a really good line through here. Now we'll throttle back up all the way out to the edge of the racetrack and tuck it in for 9 into 10B. This is a really weird braking zone because you're still kind of coming out of 9. Then you got to slam to the brakes and you're kind of moving your way to the edge of the track. And then the track completely falls away from you through 10B, Tom. So it can be tricky to find the right line through there.
It's a high-risk, high-reward kind of corner because, again, you're braking downhill and you can just shoot off on the field, but he gets it tucked into turn number 10 and heavily down the straightaway now towards the braking zone for turn number 11. Here he is, braking about the 2 marker on the binders and to the apex.
The 2 marker, man, I was braking early. As they come out of turn number 11, all the way out using the curbing that's out there across the start-finish line. Brandon Puck, the new guy in GLTC. What will he run as he comes across the line? Second place, 142.689, splitting Kelly and Upham. He's right now provisionally on the front row.
And I gotta feel like I owe an apology to Ryan Upham. We didn't really talk much. We didn't talk well of his lap, but it's clearly a fast lap, and everyone else.
They had such different lines too.
Yeah,
the Miata was just taking up so much of more of the track when he was coming in and out.
All right, so here is the heavy hitter. This is Aaron Lichty. He's won over 25 races in his GRIDLIFE Touring Cup career. His top 5 ratio is unbelievable. Basically, Aaron Lichty will finish top 5 or he won't finish at all, and he's only not finished 2 or 3 times in his entire career. So Aaron is pretty much the gold standard for GLTC builds and drivers. He's really good. The rain has not been kind to him. The tricky surface has been a little bit weird for him this weekend, but I think this is going to be a time for him to get his starting position to go out and win race number 3. We'll see what he's got here.
And he's warming the tires up pretty significantly. He's down the back straight. You don't really need to go down the back straight at speed on your warm-up lap because you're coming into turn 11. As long as you get a good run off of 11, that's where the flyer comes in. So this is an almost identical car to Brandon Puck's car. Again, another Honda motor in this car built out of the same shop. Aaron is the winning formula owner, so he's kind of the brainchild behind all this. Starting his flyer, green flag for Aaron Lichty into turn number 1.
And nicely done so far. Grabs a little bit of the curb with the left. Look at the hands. He's got white gloves, so you can really watch his hands get after it. Way
huge push.
Fast into turn number 2. You can see him still working the car as he comes through 2, all the way out to the edge of the racetrack, but he had to fight understeer there at the beginning of the corner.
Yeah, you can see his hands just kind of locked into place, and he didn't move them at all, which means he was just waiting on the front end to respond. He's running a very similar line to Brandon Puck, so I think these drivers kind of know what the cars need to do. All the way out to the grass, there's a ton of grip on that concrete curb if you know to trust to track the car out there, as now he comes down to turn number 5. This is where we thought Puck went off, and we get the mystery again for Lichty. There he is. He looks pretty good.
So the other thing about Aaron Lichty's car is this car is super old. I think it's older than me for sure, but he's had this car forever. It's been raced and changed, and
it's been a race car forever is what you
mean.
Oh, a big lockup.
Oh, he's got that right front tire. He managed to carry it and get it unlocked, but he carried that for about 100 years.
So much understeer, though. That's a bummer.
I don't know what's going on back in turn 7, but it is catching everybody out. No brakes that time. You see how much more confident he was to just toss the car through turns 8 and 9 all the way out to the grass into turn number 10. Can that mistake still produce a 141.7 or better? That's what's pole time.
You have to worry about flat spots, too. If he goes down to an 11 really fast, he dragged that tire for about 100 feet. That could work a flat spot into it, and every time you get on the brakes, it will catch on that flat spot, and it'll get hung up again. No ABS in this car either. Now into turn number 11. High speeds here, about 120 to 125 miles an hour for Lichty. On the brakes, down a couple gears, get through turn number 11, and throttle up for the straightaway. Checkered flag for Lichty, winningest driver in GLTC. Where will he line up on the grid so far in GLTC Top 10 Shootout? Across the line, and will he go purple?
No, P2, 141.8, so a tenth, not even a tenth, 200ths off of Ryan Upham for the front row. Aaron Lichty will do no better than second place. Ryan Upham still holding down that phenomenal pole time, but a very similar car now warming up for his flyer. This is Woody Hyman in a very similar BMW E36. Hyman runs a smaller wheel and tire package. It's built with a little bit more aero and a little bit less power in mind, so you can see the cars will look slightly different, but still a torquey BMW coming in. He was the third place finisher from yesterday.
So I've heard, Little Birdie has told me that often weaving in itself doesn't really create a lot of heat, but this longitudinal braking and accelerating seems to kind of do that better. So you see weaving a lot to clean off tires. So how much is that helping Woody Hyman right now preparing these tires for this lap?
I saw stickers on those tires, so if they're brand new, you definitely want to weave around and scuff in the entire surface, because if you're just accelerating and braking, there's a whole bunch of that outside tire that with the camber you're not actually scuffing in. Yeah. So a good combination of both is important, but it's that acceleration and braking that gets the core of the tire up to temperature. If you're weaving around, you're getting the surface up to temp, but you really want to get the entire car, or the entire carcass of the tire warmed up as much as you possibly can on these warm-up laps. So you can see that combination as he's now through turn number 11 onto that front straightaway. I think that was a pretty good call. Headlights ablaze, starting his green flag lap for the shootout.
Woody Hyman has been an exceptional driver. He joined GLTC this year, and every time we go to a racetrack, he's consistently surprised me with how he's managed to get through starts and claw his way to the front. Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course ran really well in tricky conditions, but so far so good. A little bit of oversteer here as he comes out of turn 2.
Busy hands, and he was way shallower in turn 2 than the previous couple of drivers. You can see he was car widths inside entering turn number 2, but deep into turn 3, that's going to have to pivot it down to the late apex. I think he might have missed that one just a bit, but again, it's turn 7 that is catching everybody else. I think if you can get through turn 7 quick, even Ryan Upham had that huge push through there. I think that's the make or break spot on these shootout laps right now.
So the big question is turn number 7. That's what's been catching everybody out. Can Woody Hyman get through here better than everybody else did. And right now it's about a 200th gap from Lichty to Upham. I'm curious. It's going to be really difficult for Hyman to slot in between those two cars, but nice line through 7. Gets the car out. A little bit of understeer there, but now he'll get it tucked in for 8. That was really, really well done there.
Yeah, that was one of the most composed we've seen. Chucks it back and forth through turns 8 and 9. But again, Kelly looked really composed, and he just didn't have the pace. So it's going to be a question mark as we don't have sector times or anything else to reference, but what it looks like from the TV screens. Hyman deep on the brakes into turn number 10, falls away from him, and he's really wide again, so he might have overshot the entry to turn number 10. Doesn't necessarily make or break the lap entirely, but if he could keep his speed up and get a good run down this back straightaway, that is what counts the most.
I think, you make a mistake that costs you a 10th a lap here. That's 1.1 seconds worth of time lost. So down into turn number 11, can Hyman overcome the slight mistakes that he had earlier in the lap out of turn number 11? Now to the line, getting through the gears. Where will Woody Hyman line up? He has to beat a 141.792, and Hyman goes third with a 141.836, only 200ths behind Aaron Lichty.
Yeah, that means less than a half a tenth of a second across the top 3 right now. Upham, Lichty, and Hyman, 2 BMWs and a K Miata. Now we look to Eric Coutil, the only other front-wheel drive car in the shootout, and front-wheel drive cars do a better job of getting tires up to temp than rear-wheel drive cars because they're exerting so much force through those 2 drive tires. Eric has the job of getting the rear tires warm enough that he can hang on to this thing for this flyer.
Eric Coutil is the second winningest driver in GridLife Touring Cup, most recently winning at Road America. In his car, I think it benefits from having a little bit of straightaway as well. I think he struggled at PPIR. There wasn't enough room, and it was just not a great racetrack for this chassis. But through turn number 11, Coutil is a super good driver. He competes in and day out with Aaron Lichty, and across the line, he's going to go for it here. I think Coutil might be your pole sitter if he can get this done cleanly.
He's feeling confident about the pace of this car at this track, and you see dirt flying. He's cutting all the distance out, now shoots all the way out to the outside to get this car rotated into turn number 2 as early as possible. The front-wheel drive cars, you got to get the nose pointed to the straightaway early, and he does so. Looks nice and clean all the way up, checks the brakes. That gives you a lot of confidence if you don't have boosted brakes and no ABS. You want a good bite, so you check that pedal with your left foot. You see a little bit of pogoing going into turn number 3, but dirt again at the apex, trying to cut as much distance off this track. And again, our winner from yesterday is not driving in the race today, so that yellow S2000 you're going to watch warm up has a different driver today. This may be our last serious podium contender unless Ronnie Solomon finds serious pace out of that S2000. Coutil, dirt again at the apex of turn number 6. Wow. What does turn 7 do?
This is what's been catching everyone off guard here. Coutil down into turn number 7. Can he get the car rotated in? Hucks it in nicely, hits the apex cone, now tracks all the way out to the edge of the racetrack. Looks good there, Tom.
Looks good. A little bit of fire out of the back of that car too. Dirt again at the apex.
Perfect.
A little behind going into turn number 9. A little bit straight through there, but keeps it on the track, tracking out of turn number 9.
I thought it was good. Down into 10B, and he's going to get on the binders now and tuck it in and accelerate off. And Coutil, if he were to nab pole, he'd have to beat a 141.792. This looks like an amazing lap so far here, Tom. We'll see if he can wrap it up. Look at him, even apexing a little bit of a kink coming up the hill.
And again, these cars have gone 138s here this weekend, so there's a huge amount of time under that pole time. It's just a matter of whether or not the track will give it to him right now and whether he can grab it. He's turned in now for turn number 11, all the way down to the grass. This lap has looked really good. Is it a 141? Is it a 140? Question marks across the line for Eric Coutil, and it is pole 140.6. Eric Coutil takes the top spot.
Yeah, he just mic dropped that was over a second that he grabbed the pole by. So that's provisional pole for Eric Coutil, and that was a really well done lap, super composed, using all of the racetrack. That was what was important. And now the goal focuses to Ron Solomon, who is that how you say that name?
Yeah, Ronnie Solomon. So he's part of the Andy Smedgard Motors ASM RS Motors community. Those guys up out of I believe the Wisconsin area come down. So that is a K-powered S2000, the yellow car, warming up down the back straight probably right about now. And Andy Smedgard was able to go from outside the top 20 to win yesterday's rain race. He's starting his flyer now. Ronnie's hopping into this car with not a lot of information, but he's pushing it hard, grabs a bunch of dirt at the apex of turn number 1. You see just how shallow he is coming into turn number 2, which doesn't do him any favors getting the car turned in. But he is still going to make the corner easily and tack her up down the straightaway.
So remember, as long as he finishes his lap, he'll be 7th, because we had 3 cars that had offs or didn't complete or actually make that 8th. Emil Tab and Christoph had issues. So all he's got to do is just run a clean lap. He'll be P8 at worst. So go after it. I mean, again, the worst you're going to do is 10th, even if you loop it.
Pretty sure he qualified this car yesterday in similar conditions, and I'm pretty sure his fastest lap was a 43 or a 44. So he does have the opportunity to also bump Eric Meadows. The thing for me is he hasn't been in this car for 24 hours. He's just got to be able to hop in and deliver in one lap. That's really hard. But we know the car's got the pace in it. He does have ABS, so I don't expect to see nearly the issues we've seen out of the last couple cars coming through turn 7. As you can see, he easily makes that braking zone. And that ABS is definitely, I mean, as a driver, someone who's made a living as a driver, the only driver aid I ever want is ABS. I always want ABS if I can have it, and it's good for these drivers to have that as well. He can have way more confidence, even on cold tires, tricky conditions, to shove that car down into the corner and brake late.
A little wide into 10B. He's off the apex, or just by a touch, but waited a long time to turn in. The track falls away, Tom.
Look good to me, Kyle.
As they come up the hill, hey, I shouldn't be saying anything. You're the driver that's won at Daytona and Sebring. I have not done that. I spun on pit exit today.
You did do that.
Is it just driver preference if they want ABS or not?
It's a lot down to the platform. So the S2000 obviously comes with ABS.
Right.
The old Miatas and Civics didn't. So you just kind of inherit it, and no one's taken the time to add it. But now Ronnie Solomon cutting that distance straight to the finish line. What is he able to do? He does. He actually bumps Ed Meadows and goes to a 144.9 for Ronnie Solomon. So he will start 7th. Bumping Eric Meadows down to 8th, and then obviously Emil Tab and Christoph with no completing a lap.
Well, that was an interesting session for sure. I think we learned a lot about the track conditions out there today. Ryan Christoph and Emil Tab both having offs. Tab's down in turn 1. Christoph over in turn number 7, locked up the rear tires. Now, if Christoph has that brake bias, he might want to think for maybe later for race number 3, maybe crank it forward a bit. Why would you do that, Tom? Because if you put more front bias in the car, you're using more front brake, you're going to extend your braking distance. The car will not brake as efficiently, but it will stabilize the car. If you have too much rear brake, it'll lock the tires up, you'll go for a bad time. So
then we saw that bad time.
We saw that bad time.
So I know the talk of the paddock right now, other than Eric Coutil being on pole, he moved up one position from yesterday's finishing order. So Eric Coutil, provisional pole sitter for race number 3. Ryan Upham with a big move up to 2nd place. Aaron Lichty kind of maintains position at 3rd place. Woody Hyman, those two just kind of swap spots between the two. And then on down, as we've lost timing and scoring, we're headed back into time attack action. But the talk of the paddock is going to be the track conditions. Those guys are all going to go spread the word about how tricky that was, and then we're going to throw 50 cars out there and let everybody figure it out.
That was GridLife Touring Cup Top 10 Shootout. We'll return with time attack in a moment. Tricky track conditions and overcast skies here at Gingerman Raceway this afternoon for GridLife Midwest 2020, and cars rolling now for Time Attack Group A for the, what is this, the second time today that we've been on track, Abe? So we've got Abe Schmucker back here. We've got Tom O'Gorman back as well.
Hi.
And we're ready to roll back into Time Attack sessions here. So Ferris Khartoumi going out for a quick lap here. Let's see, Abe, what he's got.
I don't think you're on yet, Abe. I don't know what button to push to help you.
So I had a chance to talk to him in the
Hey.
paddock, and he said that coming out of 11, he lost 4/10 on his 126 lap. So I think there's time to improve as well if he can get out of 11 cleanly.
I've watched a lot of in-car video of that car, and just holding onto it looks like a chore and a half. Just I don't know how much power it makes specifically, but when the turbo spools, it looks like you're just kind of holding on for dear life. And his job is to get it pointed when he can get it to put that power down. But even his fastest lap out in Colorado, so much sliding, so much opposite lock exiting corners. So I can totally understand what he means. Is he'll probably leave some 11s as starting his first flyer. That is the black twin turbo Corvette. Ferris Khartoumi, track record holder and track modified, starting his flyer in heat number 7.
So in a lot of ways an extreme build, but aerodynamically kind of simple, actually. And so his corner speeds is the things that he needs to focus on in order to improve his overall lap times.
Yeah, I think that the speed in that car lies in getting it off the corner. You just saw how nervous it was coming out of turn number 1. Kind of spun up the rear wheels, and it compromised his entry into turn number 2. Behind him, Jeremy Swenson in the red Corvette is feeling a little outgunned. He's realized, looking at data with Ferris, that he's close to 20 miles an hour down on the straightaway, and in the aerodynamics department, he's not doing much better. So the fact that he's within about a second of Ferris Khartoumi's time, losing that kind of time just on straightaways alone, is pretty impressive to me. So Swenson doing a good job in the Corvette behind. He was having some transmission issues, wasn't able to get the car to flat shift, so he was losing a lot of time on shifting. Just that's where that straight line speed comes.
We might have Ben from FCP Euro here with us. Let's see if we can get a hold of him. Hey, Ben, are you there? Well, it looks like he might be there. I don't have him in my headset yet, so we're still going to have that have that keep working. We'll have Boyer on that, but we should have Ben from FCP Euro here in just a minute. But going back to Khartoumi, we got a handful of cars on track, and in terms of conditions, we would think this would be optimal. We just saw in the shootout that I don't think the track's quite there. What are your thoughts on it?
You know, conditions I don't think have changed all that much since this morning. The weather is good. The track is dry. I think this is about as good as you're going to get for an October weekend here in South Haven.
We saw Ferris Khartoumi give up this lap and is starting another. So Jeremy Swenson was able to get the point by coming down through turn number 10, out of turn number 10, goes a 128.9. So that's a little bit over 0.8 off of his fastest lap from the weekend. Eric Fleming, 131.6.
We'll see. Hey, Ben from SCP Euro, got a copy?
Yep.
Hey, we got you now. Hey, Ben. How's it going? It's going great. There's 4 people here now, so I'm actually going to step back and let Abe, Tom. Abe can't hear him. I forgot. So it'll be Tom and I and Ben kind of facilitating some conversation here. So Ben, welcome to Grid Life Live. This has been a really cool weekend so far. Of course, FCP Euro presenting the street modified category. Have you been watching so far? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, we're officially sponsors of Street Mod, but we're obviously supporters of all of Grid Life. So we've really enjoyed everything from Drift. The GLTC stuff's been great, and obviously the time attack has been pretty wild this weekend. Seeing some of the Street Mod times specifically, just absolutely blistering. Going faster than our TCRs went there last year. It's amazing what these street cars are doing now. But yeah, no, it's been a bittersweet weekend for us watching from afar. You know, we're all here in HQ in Connecticut and not in Michigan right now, so it's been a little bit painful, a little bittersweet watching on the stream and not being there participating, but we've enjoyed the show thus far for sure.
Yeah, the times set by the RS Motors car of Sean Krebsbach, I think running in the high 131s is faster than I ever thought possible in the Street Mod group, certainly in the last couple of years.
Yeah, they're just chunking off. Yeah, I feel like every year has been losing like 3 to 4 seconds on a record. So seeing him and Jackie battle this weekend has been pretty awesome. I think I wouldn't be surprised if next year we're seeing sub 130s in the Street Mod, which is absurd.
Yeah, Jeremy Swenson just came around doing a 127.9. I think his personal best. Congratulations to him.
That's flying.
Super fast for Jeremy Swenson. Eric Fleming with a 135.74. The RS Motors car with a 132.066. Ferris Khartoumi did come through on kind of what I would assume is a warm-up lap here, Abe, with a 136.040. We'll see if he can go for that 126 or better here in this next little bit in the track modified category.
So fast.
I was curious how the track conditions were after watching the shootout. I mean, I know a lot of those guys are on R7s, which obviously you guys talked about it. They take a little bit to heat up. And some of these cars are most of these cars are probably on RT660s or RE71s. So the time will be up front, but I'm curious to see if we'll see records drop here.
Well, we see Jeremy Swenson's run a quick lap, so that must mean that the grip is there to some extent. I'm not sure what was going on with GLTC specifically, but I think for Ferris Khartoumi, we should know pretty quickly here on a fast lap where the track conditions are. I think GLTC was sort of a wild card because we haven't seen them on track today. We've seen these cars on track already this morning, so we should have a better idea, Abe.
And see, Ferris Khartoumi coming into Jeremy Swenson right at the entry of 10B. Swenson yielding, giving Khartoumi the opportunity to pass here. Let's hope it didn't hold him up much.
And across the line now for Khartoumi. Jumps up to 129.722, so still kind of working up to it. Seems a little off there.
He was coasting past the start-finish line. I'm not sure what happened there, but maybe he just didn't have it.
So Swenson, Khartoumi, Fleming, RS Motors, then Joel Morrison. Tom, going back to the track conditions earlier, why would the GLTC cars struggle, and why might the time attack cars have a little bit less hard of a time finding some grip?
Well, these guys are in a very different position because most of the time attack cars, in fact, almost all of them that are at the front, especially this weekend, are on 200 treadwear tires or a 100 treadwear tire. We don't really have any unlimited cars which are allowed to run the racing slicks that the GLTC cars are allowed to run. The racing slicks require a lot more temperature, so I'm not surprised to see that with only one lap to get it done, the GLTC cars struggled, where the time attack cars actually don't need a lot of temperature in those street tires. They have some tread that moves around, and they, in fact, overheat much faster. So these time attack cars have a totally different job of almost keeping the tires just perfectly cool on those warm-up laps, get them in a sweet spot so that they're not overheated by the end of the lap. But that's why I'm not super surprised to see GLTC struggle, and a lot of these time attack cars are able to get pretty close or even beat their personal bests. If you look at RS Motors out of the FCP Euro Street Mod class, they're only 0.6 off his personal best, which was a 31.4. He's knocking on the door of the 31s, and obviously Swenson was able to improve too.
So 6 minutes into this session here. Whoa, big slide in turn number 1. Nice catch, though, for the number 52. It's that Mustang. I just love how this thing looks. It's got like World War II graphics.
No, it's Duck Hunt.
Duck Hunt. I look like a World War II fighter plane or something.
We could go with that, but they're little pixel ducks.
Okay. But Ben, it's good to have you here. And you mentioned, whoa, that 52 is still sliding out there. We talked about track conditions. That 52 is still slipping and sliding out there. So that, going back to what Tom said about the slicks, it just seems like the slick tires obviously take some more temperature. But it's overcast skies, relatively cool. So in terms of everything else, it should be, pretty much where we'd expect them to be.
Yeah, Swenson really the only driver improving substantially over previous sessions. It seems like everyone else is just a little bit off pace.
Heading out of turn number 2, this is the coolest looking Miata in existence. I really dig all the body panels on this thing as it heads down into turn number 3. Is that? Yeah. No. What is that? Is that an RX? What is that?
It is a Miata.
Oh, it is a Miata. It looks like a hill climb car. Like, that's not a thing you can do.
I think we said on the show yesterday that any car with box flares will automatically look cooler than when it doesn't.
This is definitely true. For Ben, what's the? Do you have a personal favorite time attack car that's out there, or have you been kind of picked out who you're kind of rooting for here in this session this afternoon?
We try to be as unbiased as possible. Obviously, we're missing some European cars out there. We wish that the Darus E46 car that he was running with. I'm drawing a blank on
Brad Yonkers. Darus and Yonkers?
Yes, Brad Yonkers. We kind of miss seeing that car out here. But we pretend at least that Jackie Supra has a little bit of BMW blood in it. So
I don't know if you need to pretend.
We don't mind rooting on Jackie. Yeah. I don't know how much left of that is BMW and not just absolute monster at this point. But I also personally miss a little bit of the unlimited battle. I wish the Willa Young, James Houghton, Andy Smedegaard rivalry was still kicking in Unlimited, and hopefully that'll make a revival in years to come. Because I'm curious what those cars will be doing right now, seeing what street mod and track mod are capable of.
Well, I try and stay connected to as many of those guys as possible, and I think it's James Houghton specifically is looking forward to next year. Both Unlimited cars that he's been campaigning in the last couple of years are undergoing substantial rebuilds, and this year break effectively has given them ample time to try and get things right.
Right, it'll be even better when they come back.
So Time Attack Group A continuing to run here. Jackie Ding running 132.894. Looks like Swenson running kind of slow here at corner exit. I wonder if that had been after a little bit of a loop there, potentially. There's that TTRS that you've been a big fan of.
Love that car.
In the last couple weeks, but this is a really neat looking car that looks good in Time Attack form.
Yeah, I had the chance to drive that car to dinner on Thursday, and it was terrific.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that the other day. I want to drive it to get ice cream. I never got ice cream during my break.
Well, I did. So.
There's Josh Halka in the number 7 Subaru, working his way through in the street category, and he had ball joint problems, I think, at Road America, right? He had things that broke?
Yep, I think he broke on his way into turn 14, put himself in the gravel, and he and Dad worked deep into the night to try and get the car both ball joints swapped and back to repaired for that Sunday session.
I'd be remiss if we didn't mention FCP Euro's unlimited, or what I'm looking for, the guaranteed for life thing. Ben, you want to tell us a little bit about FCP Euro and what you guys do, and why that guaranteed for life could be so useful for someone that needs parts for the European car?
So without making it seem like a complete pitch, like this is just the reality of our business and how we run. Literally everything you buy from us is guaranteed for life, like you said. So it's basically, if you ever have to build a race car, especially a European race car, you build it with parts from us. You go out, somehow you drop oil pressure and you blow your engine and you bend your valves or whatever. If those parts are bought from us, anything on it, if you hit a wall and your control arms are bent in half, all that stuff is covered. So essentially, you would buy the replacement stuff that you need to rebuild your car. You send us your old ones, and we refund you for the second ones that you just bought.
Right, that's awesome.
And that's for brake pads, rotors, oil changes. It's literally anything. So it sounds like it's impossible, but it's really how we run our business. So
that just sounds so fun. I mean, that's such good peace of mind there. Ooh, there's a little bit of smoke coming out of the TTRS there, Abe. But the peace of mind to know that you can replace things with FCP Euro, that's super cool, Ben. So thanks for sharing that.
Well, I think that's a pretty good plug for trying to build a European GLTC car.
That sounds yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, we see the BMWs competitive here. I certainly think that they can be in the top spot.
Ooh, is that first Khartoumi that's off to the inside stuff?
Appears so. That I wonder if he broke a gear or something, because we saw him come through slowly in the start-finish a couple of laps ago. He might have just coasted, kind of parked into what is old turn 10.
Yeah, that was in 2009, 2010. The track was extended 1,770 feet to extend the distance from 1.88 miles to 2.21 miles, and kind of adding a corner that we now call 10B. So this is 10A. And while it's still drivable, it's not really used for a whole lot in terms of racing anymore, Abe.
Feel bad for the guy. So I had a chance to catch, I caught up with him in the paddock right before the session, and he was frustrated in the previous one that he lost 4/10 at 11, and he said, the only reason I'm going out is because that time is there. So here you see him run a couple of laps, and now the car's broken, so it's unfortunate.
So while we wait for that car to be extracted, okay, so this is, we mentioned this earlier. If you donate to lemonsoflove.org, I said this, I put it out there. If we reach $1,000 of Super Chat donations on YouTube for Lemons of Love, I will eat an entire lemon on the stream with skin and all later tonight. So that was my wager. I said, if you can get us to $1,000.
Please donate. I need to see this.
Yes.
I gotta make a call to Scott or CEO and see if we can make something happen.
Let's make it happen. That is not a very linear bar graph there that we've got, but let's get there and then watch me eat a lemon, because I will probably cry and it will be very funny. So please do that. In the meantime, we've got Swenson up at the top in track mod rear-wheel drive. We'll just see the bar graph move a little bit. Ferris Khartoumi second in track mod. Eric Fleming in track mod. The leading FCP Euro street modified car is the RS Motors 414, Abe.
Very, very fast. Not faster than the previous session, but RS Motors and Sean Krebsbach have built really solid cars campaigning in the FCP Euro street mod class this year, and Sean Krebsbach continues to be fast wherever he goes.
Continues to be fast as we also mentioned. The Jackie Ding machine. Where's Jackie Ding on our timing? I don't know if this is updated or not.
I think he was 32.894. So personal best for him or close, but not quite enough to take the top spot on the podium this weekend.
Yeah, interestingly, not shown up on our timing screen as having run that lap. So he's on down in 15th. I don't know why that's weird, but it's correct on your screen at home. We're just looking at something else here. So Khartoumi getting a tow back to the pit. Go ahead, Ben.
I'll just say it's wild to think that 32.8 is like not enough, right? It's just wild.
Well, in the last year, the street modified class, basically 1 year ago from this event, the fastest times recorded, I think, were 34 zeros. And I remember at that time, people were amazed at how much faster it was than even 6 months prior to that. So in a year, we've gone from 34 zeros now to deep into the 31s.
Yeah, it's just insane.
The pace of progress, as I mentioned earlier, it seems like every year we're pushing the boundaries in FCP Euro Street Mod and Track Mod and the unlimited cars especially. We saw it with Will I. Young at Road Atlanta last year, and the amount of pushing that you have to do, especially in an unlimited car. Every time, I think he said something, it was either him or Chris Boersma that said, every time we go out on the racetrack, we're driving the fastest cars we've ever driven. And for a lot of the FCP Euro Street Mod car drivers, that's true as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, let's see. Out on track in P1 here in Time Attack Group B is Brandon Renbeck of Team Twitch. He's about 1 second off of Josh Hulka's time, and I had a chance, talked with him in the paddock, and I said, hey, you're about 1 second away, and he just kind of shrugged. He's like, man, I don't know if it's there.
Yeah, the second is, I mentioned earlier that during the top 10 shootout, if you lose a tenth in every corner, it's 1.1 seconds around here. But sometimes getting that's so hard to get without sacrificing something else on the racetrack somewhere else, especially corner entry. If you're going to push the braking zone, you might cost yourself a little bit on exit. And it's not necessarily a linear graph. If you overcharge the corner and try to gain 2/10 in the corner, you might end up losing half a second on the straightaway because you blew it. So there's a lot of pushing that's required in certain places to not cost yourself time elsewhere. But just getting tenths is difficult. Seconds is really difficult, but they're doing that here in time attack.
So, Ben, let's talk a little bit about Brandon Renbeck's Team Twitch entry here, which is an E36 M3 with an S54 swap from an E46. If a customer of FCP Euro is looking for this kind of build, what kind of inventory can they expect within your store to make these kinds of modifications and things to a car like that?
Yeah, so we have a good amount of aftermarket support for this. So whether it's the engine mounts that you need, or if you're looking to actually build, build an S54, which a lot of people are doing, they'll just buy a block and they'll rebuild. We've got all internals you could possibly need, all the gaskets you would need, all of any of the auxiliary stuff that you'd be updating or swapping over. Basically everything you need to get the car running. We are definitely pride ourselves on our OE, OEM, and genuine offerings, and then we're very selective, I guess you could say, with what we have from the aftermarket. So one of our kind of mottos, and it's true, is like if we wouldn't put it on our car, we wouldn't sell it to you. Sometimes people say, why don't you guys carry X, Y, or Z brand? And it's genuine because either we don't trust it enough, or it's not up to our quality. But that being said, if there's ever stuff that people are looking for, we're more than happy to kind of assist in getting them what they actually need. Race car stuff can obviously be different than the normal daily driver stuff. So we definitely got the whole spectrum, and it is kind of cool to see the S54 swapped E36 out here and doing well at that. And that's kind of like not bending the rules, but it's nice to see a European car using the rules to their advantage for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think my favorite thing about that car in particular is its ability to just go out and run lap after lap after lap. So you could readily session HPDE that car for an entire weekend and not have to worry about it at all mechanically.
Yeah, all day. I mean, you see it in drift happening right now too, right? All of a sudden you're seeing E36s and E46s everywhere, and they're like, these older BMWs are just kind of hitting their sweet spot as far as cost of entry and then cost of reliability. And they're just super capable. BMW made these cars ready to rip pretty much. There's a ton of aftermarket support. It's really good to see them kind of making it into, I guess, like the GRIDLIFE community, the younger community. They've always been within club racing in general. But it's cool to see them in drift and such now too.
Well, I feel like I've said before that I think the high water mark or the sweet spot for track rat cars is basically like 2006 and older. Because anything newer, you're going to have to deal with some more sophisticated electronics and things that begin to age probably quicker than you might like. But it seems like those late 90s to mid 2000s BMWs are a perfect example of a car that basically mechanically can be serviced, and any component on it is replaceable, and it will probably run the same way for 20 years.
Yep, and the other thing is usually there's about 6 of them at the track, so if something breaks, the odds of somebody having a spare, or I know when we go to the track and we've got the FCP Euro tent up, the amount of time someone with an E36, E46 comes up and asks if we have some random parts is basically 100% of the time. It's becoming common. Like you said, it's just that sweet spot where you don't really see the newer E90s and such. I remember Tony Fuentes was out here in his, I think, 135i for a few years, and he would have all sorts of electrical problems. And it's cool that car was super fast. I think it had an N54 and a big turbo on it, but it just doesn't have the reliability that the older platform has.
So for context, we talk about how fast the Track Mod group has gotten in the last couple of years. I think it was 2017. Tony Fuentes was the track modified record holder with a car that made, I think, 600 or 700 horsepower, but that fast time was, I think, a 134.0. And so now we're seeing Khartoumi running in the 26s in the same set of rules effectively, but with the assist of a sequential trans.
That's insane.
I just got a tidbit from Derek Yarbrough at home. Sorry to cut you off, guys, but that old E46 time attack car that Matt Drews and Yonkers used to run, that is now Ben Harisco's GLTC car.
Oh, that's right.
So that's the car that is now running in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. It was his first race weekend at Road America. Had an accident, repaired it, and he's back. This is also a GLTC car. This is Stephen Cox in this 117. And this, I imagine, is more of a hardship lap situation. They were putting a clutch in this car after yesterday, so they'll be back starting from the tail of the grid for race 3.
So, looking at... I don't have updated timing for.
Yeah, I think that the timing in general, I think, is it's frozen. It's frozen on Race Hero as well as on our graphics. So that would explain. I think they might have an issue up there in the tower. So we'll have updated times for you in a few moments. And another tidbit on that E46 is it was supercharged. It is now no longer supercharged. Back to NA for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
So Eric Streeter in the Lotus 7 there.
Go ahead.
Really kind of an unusual looking car seeing out here with the rest of the closed fender vehicles out on track. But Eric's always a good time and enjoys driving with us.
There's the Orange Crush Racing Subaru heading through backside of the course into turn number 7 now. And we saw this be a really low grip area for the GLTC cars, but it looks like the Atomic Attack guys have not had too big of an issue here as we're now working over through Group B here. Bumper missing, is that intentional, or is that did that meet the casualty of the grass somewhere at a recent racetrack?
Well, I expect it's probably the latter.
Cars getting point bys on the back straightaway. Ben Thorne in the Gears and Gasoline EK Civic on the back straightaway. We talked about that a lot earlier in the day, but Gears and Gasoline's YouTube channel is a pretty good place to check out some GRIDLIFE related content. And does FCP Euro have a YouTube channel? I feel like you guys do.
Yeah, that we do. And actually, we've played a few of our Race Cars Explained series this weekend, and we basically have a huge arsenal of DIY videos. We have a bunch of motorsports related content. We follow around our professional team, who's all ran in house. So we got to follow around a cast of characters and how we all travel around the country and try to be as professional as we can at a racetrack and actually do fairly well. So we got a little bit of content for everybody. We're kind of bummed because we had a lot going for GRIDLIFE for this year. We've got a few builds going. We've got a new drift car we're building. We had my car that used to be a street modified car for years. That's a GLTC car that we were making some content around. So we had a lot going on for this year, but it'll all come together for 2021 for sure.
That's a Mini Cooper, if I remember right.
It is.
So you and I kind of street modded together in what now seems like ancient history. We wouldn't even be on the same planet compared to where they are now.
No, GLTC was made for my car and street mod was not. I spent lots of money on lots of engines before things even got really wild. So
I think Alex Moss and I joke about his S2000 build. Time Attack is the place where you can take a $10,000 car, spend $60,000 on it trying to build it for a class, and be left with an $8,000 car.
That's literally the story of my life right now.
My
wife probably is
also the TCR you guys run in World Challenge as well with the TCR the FCP Euro cars. Obviously not running the tail end of this season, but any news on that situation? Is that
so that's even more salt in the wound. So obviously Indy's going on right now, so the TCRs were going to be there. Half of us were going to be at GRIDLIFE this weekend drifting and running GLTC. So it's been a really, really hard weekend for us. But speaking of the TCRs in general, so Volkswagen obviously is getting away from the gasoline portion of their motorsports program. And with that, our cars may be going up on Bring a Trailer sometime soon. But there's still some cool things coming in the future for us.
Well, that's pretty interesting in that I know that last year you guys brought the TCR cars out, and LA Honda World had the TCR Civic that Tom O'Gorman was driving. And I've always wondered, I mean, those cars are limited in their series by balance of performance and overall restriction. I've always wondered how fast they could go if given the opportunity to kind of uncork things and really just let them rip.
Yeah, I mean, if they were not BOP'd, like if we could open up the engine. So I think last year, Tom and Nate ran, 134s in their like 2 or 3 hot laps that they did, which honestly sounds slow nowadays, looking at the Time Attack, times. But that's with about 340, 350 horsepower. Now, if we could turn that up and make it, we actually considered it, making it an all-wheel drive, GTI with 680 horsepower and just letting it rip and seeing what it could do.
I'm curious. those cars, I guess, as body in white, do they come with a VIN from the factory, or are they like bespoke race cars
Yeah, they technically come with a VIN. They come with a factory number. So I think we have like 57 and 58. I mean, they are properly sorted. Like they feel like they were engineered and made one off by the manufacturers themselves, which is what they exactly are. But like they're so refined. You look at, or I look at my own car even sometimes, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like the people who made the TCRs would just cringe when they look at this or that, because they're so well sorted.
So tell us about the transmissions in those cars. So I assume that's a sequential like race box that gets serviced every some number of race hours.
Yeah, so we originally had DSGs in the cars. They came with DSGs, and there were some kind of weird BOP things going on with SRO for the first 2 years that we ran them, and so that's when we decided to put STA-BIL sequentials in them. The DSGs were similar to the street car DSGs. There was a little bit different gearing, but they were actually super reliable. Like if you ever had to endurance race one of those, the DSG is definitely the way to go. The STA-BIL is once a year. We're rebuilding. Sometimes if something would happen, we tear them apart. But you're looking at, I think they were like, I don't know, maybe $15,000-$20,000 per sequential. But the speed in them, and not to mention the amazing sounds that it makes,
oh my goodness,
made it all worth it.
I love that the TCR category is a really interesting touring car class, and hopefully there is something coming in the future. I know you guys are working on that. So Ben, thanks for sharing that information as we continue to watch. We're going over some timing issues right now. We don't have timing on our Race Hero app or on our stream, so we're just trying to figure out who's doing what right now. But of course, coming out of Group A, that's the last times we had Swenson again was the quickest in that session with a 27.9, and even Swenson kind of knocking on the door of mid 27s. 26.
Actually, on Race Hero, I actually do see.
Oh, you do have times.
Going
Okay,
on right now.
so maybe I just got to refresh my unit.
Yeah, if you go to the bottom, they combine the groups essentially.
Oh.
So I don't know what group B starts, but maybe around Ben Thorne.
The group
139.8 and street front wheel drive, which is actually super fast. I don't know. Is that a track record for front wheel drive in street? I don't know if you guys still do records based on drivetrain, but that seems really fast.
139.881. It's certainly his best lap of the weekend so far. That's definitely sure. So I'm trying to figure out where. Yeah, so that's what happened. They did combine them. That's a good note. Now I just got to figure out who was the quickest. I don't think it's Ben Thorne. I think it'd go up a little higher than that. Let's see. Do we know, Abe, where Group A ends and where Group B begins?
I've got a pretty good idea. I would imagine. Let's see.
Charles Miller, would he be Group B?
Probably. Let's see, who went out right first? Team Twitch was the leader in Group B on the way out.
Oh, okay, so that would be 13th in our timing screen then. So Josh Halka is second. So, yeah, we're just trying to figure out what's going on the back end here. All right, yes. So, yeah, so catching things up, the Team Twitch car, that is a street car with a 138.444 as its quickest laps. Then Josh Halka second in street all-wheel drive, a 138.546. Our first FCP Euro street mod car is Luca Barberis in the number 63. How about a 139.502, breaking the 140s there.
Looks like we've got a stoppage on track. That is Savannah Little, actually, in the GTR.
Looks like it. And let's again. There's our Rescue Guys Motorsports Safety, the official safety team of Gingerman Raceway in South Haven, Michigan. Look at that response time, and they're the guys that get out there and go do the things. And we've had a couple smoky boys this weekend, unfortunately.
Well, one of the consequences of running such a high-profile, large time attack event is people bring their A game, and they bring cars that are at the pointy end. And I think anytime you're trying that hard, you're almost guaranteed to be riding the line between mechanically reliable and ready to break.
Well, it looks like that car has found a way to break today. And you always say that a car is never really fixed. It's just currently not broken. If you want to fix it, you can go to FCP Euro and get the parts that will make sure that it'll stay fixed. How was that? Do you like that, Ben?
How was that?
That was good. That was smooth. That was very smooth. So technically, though, right? So if everything in his engine bay burnt down, anything that he had bought from us would literally be replaced for free. And I hate to use this opportunity.
But no, that's. I mean, seriously, for people when they have issues like this, and it's an expensive day. But if you have FCP Euro parts, and we're just saying this is what the deal is. You have those parts in the car, you get them replaced for free. I think it's a great idea. And if I had a European, I have a Corolla, but if I had a European car, I'd be going packing my engine bay full of that stuff. So if it burned up, I would have an option to go get it fixed.
You can buy an oil change from us, and then at least you have one oil change for free.
Let's do it.
Well, you have oil for free for life. But I will say, Abe, you and Adam have probably been pretty busy this weekend with testing everybody on flags. I feel like I've seen almost every single flag come out on the live stream.
It appears like it. You hate watching coverage like this because this is probably the worst day for Savannah at the moment. But we're just happy the fire's out, and it looks like things are getting cleaned up and not too much damage done. I know that the Subaru that had an incident, yesterday?
Yep.
We talked to the driver about it, and he was like, yeah, it's fine. We'll fix it. No big deal.
So going back, while we got a moment here, let's go back to talk about Lemons of Love a little bit. This is some of our motorsport buddies that put together care packages for people going through chemo. If you donate at the website, www.lemonsoflove.org, if you do that through the Super Chat, you can do it on their website or you can do it through Super Chat. I recommend Super Chat today because if everyone donates $1,000, I will eat a lemon, rind and skin and all, on camera at the end of the stream during Night Shift Drift.
I need to check my bank account to see how much I can donate for that.
Because there we go. We're working our way there. We're almost 10% of the way there. So let's get rolling, and because I actually really would like to experience a full lemon. I feel like that'd be really fun. The other thing is finding lemon, but I think there's a lemonade stand. So maybe I should go run over there and get them before they run out of lemons.
So we're at $76 now. I bet. You know what? It's worth $76 at least to see you eat the rind.
Okay. Well, here, how about we do this? If we get to $250, I'll eat the rind. If we get to $500, I'll eat half it. If we get to $1,000, I'll eat the whole thing.
You know that you don't get paid for any of this.
No,
you don't get.
Yeah, I'm trying to make up the stakes here a little bit. Let's go. Let's get this rolling. Let's help our buddies out at Lemons of Love and help out some people going through chemo and watch me cringe at eating a lemon because that's funny. It's almost as funny as my mistake.
But you sometimes use lemon peel if you're making a specialty cocktail.
Sure.
So maybe it's good.
Maybe it's. I mean, okay. So my mom, she's big into like canning. She'll make her own jams and stuff, and she's made like lemon curd before. But like that's like sweetened and like way not sour, terrible lemon. But I'm gonna eat one if we get to $1,000. So let's get there. Lemonsoflove.org, or actually we got to do it through a super chat to be able to do that. So look at the fall foliage here, Abe. It's been a beautiful weekend in the trees. The sky has not been so friendly to us, but I'm just glad I'm at a racetrack.
I see the pond there in the background, and it reminds me of one James Houghton, who previously last year went for a swim in that pond and then immediately got out of the water and gave me a soaking wet hug.
Oh, good.
I miss hugs from my Canadian friends.
I think everyone's looking for some human contact. We're just waiting until we can do it again. Everyone here has been able to social distance, and mask wearing is being enforced, and that's why we're able to be here. But we also have an update on the timing. Things should be sorted by the time we get to Group C. So some issues up there. We'll get them sorted out and have times for you for Group C. But in the meantime, we do have times for you. We just can't display them to you.
So seeing Ben Thorne here on the timing screen, 139.881. I believe that's his personal best.
Yeah, I think it is by about a tenth from the session earlier today.
What else here is looking good?
That's a pretty shot with the blur from the lights. That's nice. Good work down there, camera guys.
38.444 from Team Twitch, I think, is their personal best as well.
Alex Arteat's out there as well. In Street GT, the 140.204. And again, we were kind of joking earlier about the 140 mark kind of being the one that everyone's shooting for.
So, Ben, you used to Street Mod. How hard is it, quite practically, for an everyday guy to hit that 140 benchmark?
I don't know if do we still have Ben?
So it's sad. I've been longing since I moved from the Midwest, and I think the last time I ran there with the Mini, it was like all 230 horsepower on street tires, and I was killing myself to get 42s. And I haven't been back since. The car's lost like 500 pounds, is on proper tires, and it's not simple. I was there last year in my daily driver Mini Cooper in my Dadmobile, which is a Gen 3 bone stock, and I was doing like 47s, and in my head I was like, no, I bet you I could go sub 140, and then
so,
it's just like so far off.
For context, I went out with a friend of ours, Andrew Mishra, who now has, I think it's a 2016 Porsche Cayman GT4. So a very well equipped track car, absolutely. But really the only modifications to it are some RE71 tires in the same widths as come from the factory. And we went out and we did half dozen laps, and it wasn't even like, it was barely able to get into the 140 point somethings. So that number is very hard to beat, even in a kind of an expensive track-focused car without extensive modifications that you find in our time attack field.
Yeah, I mean, meme aside, it's actually like, it is, to me, it actually is a proper benchmark. Like, it is, not every car can do it, not every driver can do it, but it is, like, to me, it's a good goal to set, because I think most people can get there if you put in enough time and probably enough money into the car.
So I guess a good example might be naturally aspirated S2000s. You can do that 140 number, but in order to get there, because you're so down on power relative to some of these highly modified cars, you need enough tire under you, but your corner speeds have to be crazy in order to be able to meet that benchmark. And I think that's part of the challenge, is different cars are going to be able to get there in different ways, but depending on how things are built, either way, it commands a lot of respect from the driver to be able to get there.
It does. I think I remember when Jackie originally had posted a video of going sub 140 in his S2000 when it was NA, and it just looking like he had so much corner speed. Like, just the car didn't stop. It looked like a Miata of momentum.
Certainly rolling. Looks like we got rescue teams pulling off the racetrack. I think what we will do is we will take a very short break. We'll be back with Group C here in just a few moments.
During a period of inactivity, they roost in trees or caves. Some species roost alone, while others form colonies, up to 1 million individuals.
Dude, that's sweet. Dude, that's sweet. Dude, that's sweet.
On your mark. Get set. Go!
Welcome back live to Grid Life Live, Group C Time Attack. And it looks like Ben from FCP Euro is on his way out. Ben, thanks for joining us today and telling us a little bit about FCP Euro. It's been fun having you on here.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys letting me hop in. We're just super excited to be a part of Grid Life, even though we're not physically there this year. We're really excited for next year. And it's just cool to have another entity, another brand, another enthusiast group that's really similar to the way we look at ourselves at FCP Euro, and being able to share that with you guys. So, thanks for having me on the stream, and we'll be watching from afar the rest of the races and seeing where Time Attack ends up. And again, if anybody ever has any questions about FCP Euro, hit us up on social, or we're oftentimes in the live stream here. So, just again, thanks again.
Thanks so much, Ben. Have a wonderful day.
Yep. Bye bye.
And we'll move on now to continue with Time Attack Group C here. Abe, we've got Tom McGorman joining us again, hanging out with us. Hi, Tom. Well, there's a fit, and we talked a lot the other day about the fits. I still think that these guys are having the most fun of anybody out there. You're laughing, but
well, just the way you said, and there's a fit. I love that. But if I could just rewind, I didn't hear the entire conversation you had with Ben, but I just want to also throw my hat into the FCP Euro is awesome. I was pro racing in the same paddock as they were when they came in, and they were some of my favorite people to see at pro races because it felt like they were there for the same reasons that I was, which is I would be at a racetrack somewhere anyway, and it just happened to be at a pro race. Those guys are the exact same. So I know I'm a Honda guy and I have Japanese cars and whatever, but the FCP Euro guys rule, and they make me want a European car, the same as Abe just told me.
Yeah, we were just talking during the break.
I had to double check my facts here. So I'm on a kind of a quest to buy a Civic Type R,
race
and
car.
I found that those are assembled in Swindon, England. So
technically,
maybe we should make an appeal to Ben at FCP Euro that they should sell Civic Type R parts as well.
I think that they should. I also want a European car now, just because I want to set it on fire just so I can go back and get parts. I feel like that'd be fun. Because it'd be like, hey, what'd you spend on putting a new engine in your car? Well, nothing, because I had it from FCP Euro. Okay, anyway, back to Group C here as we roll through. Got times on the screen now as cars roll around here. We've got GLTC race number 3 coming up in just a little while. Track conditions have been sort of unpredictable this afternoon because it depends on what tire you're running, really. It's very tire sensitive from what understanding I've got this afternoon. We saw the slicks be really sketchy. We saw the Time Attack cars not struggle too much. We still don't know what happened to Ferris Car Toomey. I guess we'll find out here shortly, Abe.
Yeah, absolutely. So drivers in this session, again, are probably going out and shooting for personal bests. Most people here are probably not going to be in the hunt for track records, but definitely opportunities to improve.
And while we're waiting for cars to throw down some times, and we'll appeal again to Lemons of Love. Again, we're trying to get to $1,000 in Super Chat donations, because if we get there, I will eat an entire lemon, skin, rind, and all, on stream for you at the end of the night. We got to get there quick, though, so make sure you hit the Super Chat button and help us out and help out Lemons of Love. Go ahead.
Can I just say, Kyle's a man of his word. We iced him with a 32-ounce Smirnoff Ice. He had never been iced before, and he took it like a champ. So if you raise $1,000, Kyle will not back out of that.
I will not back out. I hope everyone should know that.
But it looks like this guy might have backed out. 6:51. That car was moving real slow in turn number 9, which is a fast section of the track. That is Charlie Mua, who was having issues. His best time on the weekend is a 4:35, and it looks like a little more issues there. But the white Miata that we were taking a look at on the stream quite a bit, that was the fastest driver of the session going in, Bart Goldenbeld, in one of those Roadster mod cars. But Ryan Frew is fastest so far. He's on your screen right there in the Boxster. That is a Street GT car standing on a 42.9 best time. He's in the 44s right now, a little bit off pace.
There's Thostensen with a 145.763. That's Tegan in the 321 car. That is a street all-wheel drive car, 45.763. Tim Beek, Brandon Ham, and a couple of their names I'm a little afraid to try, Abe, if you've got them.
I was waiting for it. I was like, go, you got this.
Nope, I don't pull a DJ. We love our buddy DJ.
Wait, which one are we looking here? I think I got these.
We're going to start with Troy.
I would say that's Videkovic.
Okay. Yep. That's not as hard as it looks.
You know what? It's the one that doesn't roll off the tongue very well. Thustenson, I think, is really tricky.
We had a bit of a competition in our GLTC group chat with DJ Alessandrini, who we love and we miss, but he's notoriously terrible at pronouncing names. And so we were Facebook audio memoing each other to try to teach him how to pronounce some of the harder names to say in the series. But yeah, I try to get him as best as I can, but sometimes I pull a DJ. I would have probably said
Gilles Villeneuve.
Gilles Villeneuve.
You ever see DJ ask him how to say Circuit Gilles Villeneuve?
Circuit Gilles Villeneuve.
Ooh, good rotation from Ryan Frew on the entry to turn number 3.
Tom's the only one that's got his head in this right now.
I'm just watching.
I'm gonna cut her.
Ryan's a good guy, and he's pushing the car hard. He's only a half second off his best time and got a little flick opposite on the entry to turn number 3.
Yeah, I called my pit exit loop. I said that I was a drift, but it was a reverse exit.
I heard that. I thought that was
that was
my.
I don't
think Sam gave you enough credit.
He
for
didn't.
That,
I thought that was really good, and I was really sad that he didn't really embrace that. But anyway, carrying on. Now everyone in the paddock knows, but it's fine. So I never said I was good. Okay.
How many
Well,
shoutcasts?
I'll be honest, Kyle. I don't know that anyone ever said you were good.
That's good, because then it allows me to be stupid, and nobody's like, you should have done better. But all right, climbing out of 10B now. We got a couple times. We mentioned Ryan Frew, the 144.360 in Street GT. Continues to hold the best time in this session. Is stuff being updated? No, yes, it is. It is just I had someone highlighted there.
So I'm amazed to see that even into Group C, we're seeing cars in the 140 to 145 range, which in years past would have been very impressive. Brian Blaine with 39. Go, Brian.
Cars across the line. Next car across, Bart Goldenbel's track mod car, and 144.336. That was his best of the session so far. There's the 440 car.
So we see, let's see, car number...
Taylor Steck, I think that is. Or is that that is 440. Taylor Steck in Street Rear Wheel Drive, 15th. What are you looking for?
I'm looking for car number 85. We talked about it
Fiona.
yesterday
Yes.
on air.
Fiona.
There was a pseudonym, Fiona Liu. That is actually a longtime GridLife buddy, Fong. And he had tried to register as actual Fiona Liu, and Timing and Scoring wouldn't let him. They didn't think that was funny enough.
Oh.
But it was Jackie Ding who was registering right behind him, so he tried to register as Fong as soon as that took place.
Okay, so that explains, because I knew of Fiona Liu with an F, and I thought, like, oh, maybe I just wasn't aware that that's how she actually spelled her name, and in the past it was an F that was a mistake.
Shenanigans here.
But there's so many shenanigans. But Tom O'Gorman's name actually starts with an X. It's a silent X.
Shh, you weren't supposed to tell him. The government, they could be listening.
They're watching, Tom. And here's that excellent RX. I love this thing. This is such a cool car.
Don't ask about the livery. I don't know what the story is, but it's been that way for as long as I remember.
Right, it's got the Japanese flag on one side, the American flag on the other, right? Pretty sure that's all it is. Is there more to unpack with that?
Well, you might ask, why is it that way? Because you would also ask, why is there a Union Jack on top of that Civic?
Yeah. I would ask that, and we have asked that. We still don't have an answer to this question. But this one makes more sense to me, right?
Does it?
Japanese car with an American motor. That makes way more sense than a British flag on top of
a British car with a non-Japanese or a Japanese car with a non-British driver.
With a white guy from the Midwest.
So many questions. You know what the funny thing is? I actually saw that car on the interstate driving to Gingerman here last year, and I saw it at the time. I was like, that's weird, and I was like, maybe he's going to GridLife, and lo and behold, here he is.
You're talking about the Civic?
The Civic.
That's a One Lap of America car, I believe. I think we talked about that on air at Mid-Ohio. So I'm in love with One Lap of America cars and the caliber of builds that they tend to be. So it's great to see cars that can come out and autocross and drag race and time attack.
I just realized that we are so close to a track record in Spec Fit or Sunday Cup, and I have to get down to like hundreds and thousands to look, so I'm going to go quiet for a second to find that track record page.
Matt Williams just ran a 153.478. We'll find out here shortly if that's eclipsed it or very close to it.
That's so close.
Well, curious that I later learned that the previous track record time is contested because Gen 3 Fitz massively over-deliver on power relative to the spec power to weight. So if he can go ahead and beat that, that'll be great.
So the previous record, 153.459, and he is at a 4.78. So he's 0.02 off of it in a unquestionably legal car against a somewhat contested question marked time. I would say that he's as near as makes no difference got the track record. How about
Congratulations to Matt Williams for being fast.
It looks like the top, Brian Blaine, the track mod car, 139.314. Has he been there for a while? I think he just got there. 139.314, and that's a quick lap for the 62 of Brian Blaine. That's the RX-7, right? Yes.
Yeah, 37's fast.
That's really fast. That puts him deep up into Group
Oh,
B.
30. He just ran a 37.8. That's even quicker.
Actually, that puts him into Group A.
My time hadn't updated yet, so this has been tricky today, this race hero.
Technology.
Yep. Don't know. I don't blame myself. For other things I do, but not for this.
As he's spinning, leaving pit.
Okay.
Technology.
All right. Well, hey, at least I can admit that I'm an idiot sandwich, and it's fine.
Looks like potentially black flag here, maybe. No one out on a
I think it's just cooldowns. These are 10-minute sessions, right?
No, the short sessions are later tonight. That would be after our GLTC races. So I'm pretty sure these are full-length sessions. They're just cooling it down. I don't think we've got black flags. I can't really see any corner stations from here that would help me out with that, but fairly certain we're still good. Don't see anybody really at speed, though, do we?
Yeah, it's unusual to have all drivers essentially be taking cooldowns at the same time.
There we go. Now we got things updated. Just got a little refresh. It was amazing for being born in 1998 how dysfunctional I can be with technology sometimes.
I can't believe you were born in 1998.
I know.
That's outrageous.
I don't feel young here. I feel like because this is a pretty young paddock in general. Like this is the average age of people here is generally, I feel like, lower than some other motorsport organizations. So I don't feel out of place, but everybody keeps telling me I'm out of place.
Well, I think I'm out of place, and I'm not particularly old.
I thought you were like 60.
I feel 60.
Tom's 37.5.
With an X.
With an X. 37 X. That sounds like a whiskey or something.
I should start I'm going to start. It's a bourbon.
Oh,
the GRIDLIFE thing is bourbon now. Did you know?
I
All
did
the
know.
kids on the street are talking about
All the kids? No, the adults on the street. 21 and older, Tom. You know what they're actually getting into is Mike's Harder. That's what I hear. Hey, speaking of Mike's Harder, let's do that's sweet. It is sweet. Let's do a roll for our partners here this afternoon. Because GRIDLIFE Live, as we get the checkered, and I think we're going to be rolling into GLTC here relatively shortly, but let's roll through our partners here at GRIDLIFE Live. GRIDLIFE Live is brought to you by Falken, the RT660 tire. Peak performance inspired by enthusiasts.
They're good.
And by FCP Euro. If we wouldn't put it on our cars, we won't sell it to you. And by Haltech. Unlock the power.
They're good, too.
And by STA-BIL. Ready, willing, STA-BIL. And by Mike's Harder.
Dude, that's sweet.
And by ST Suspension. And GRIDLIFE Live is brought to you by VP Racing, the official fuel partner of the 2020 GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival. That will conclude our time attack sessions. Checkered flag has fallen. Our next event will be GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 3. This has been Time Attack afternoon sessions from GRIDLIFE Midwest 2020. Cars on the racetrack for GridLife Touring Cup race number 3 of the weekend at GridLife Midwest Festival. Welcome back to GridLife Live. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Tom O'Gorman, IMSA driver and current GLTC competitor. Not this weekend, but he's here up here in the booth with me, having a good time. We had a spectacular race last night, race number 2, Into the Darkness. We'll do that again tonight at 7 p.m. Today, day racing on a relatively slick racetrack, Tom. Wow, 40-plus cars lined up after our top 10 shootout earlier today. Let's roll through our starting grid.
Ooh, I'm excited. This is going to be a great race because we get to throw all the unknowns out the window for the most part. We've been racing in the rain. We've been racing in the dark. We have a dry track with daylight, and a bunch of these drivers are stoked about it. Eric Coutil took the pole position in the top 10 shootout just a while ago, and he starts alongside Ryan Upham, who finished second place in that top 10 shootout.
Aaron Lichty, who was supposed to start third, has a mechanical issue. He will not roll off. Do you know about that?
I did know about that. He had throttle body issues in the top 10 shootout, felt very lucky to even get a lap in, and unfortunately wasn't able to get the car confidently fixed. He said, at any moment my throttle could drop out. I don't want to get rear-ended and cause a big incident, so I'm not going to go out, which means Woody Hyman will upgrade to the third position with Brandon Puck alongside in a K24 powered Miata. So Coutil, Upham, Hyman, Puck are the top 4.
Then it'll be Justin Kelly, and then the 212, which will be driven by, what's the name again?
Ronnie Solomon.
Ronnie Solomon. Still getting used to that one. And then right behind them will be Eric Meadows and Emil Tab in the following row.
Next up is Ryan Kristoff in the semi-tube frame black or red and white CRX, and Pervez Randelia in the red FRS with white checkered flags up the door.
In row number 6, it'll be Ben Dozman in the number 0 and Jake Price in the 202.
Jake Jornstad rolls off next out of North Dakota in that multicolored S2000, newly hard-topped, and Kerry James in the black E36 M3 will roll off alongside.
In row number 8, it'll be Brad Adams and Tiffany Kelly. Tiffany Kelly put a new throw-up bearing in that car the other day, ready to go for race number 3.
Justin Lee, black on black on black, NCMX5 rolls off next alongside Edgidigis Sadowskis. Nailed it.
Yes.
In a black E36.
Brian DeFries will roll off alongside him. Max Toyer. We skipped him in the lineup yesterday. He will not be in the car this time. It'll be what's our buddy?
Christian Falapa.
Christian Falapa.
Yep.
Thank you for catching me on that. They will roll off. Let's see where they will be. Row 10. The 944.
Alongside John Raymond, who's in a spec Miata, had a phenomenal race in the wet yesterday to start alongside Toyer. Then Quincy Burke in a red RX-8 and Bill Griffin in the Turner Motorsports BMW will roll off alongside each other on row 11.
Scott Robertson, Sally McNulty will share a row right behind him. Dan Capaldo and Vitas Aronauskis in the number 69, relatively new to GLTC, starting from the back of the pack today.
Louis Chatroop is super fast but had a disastrous race too, and he starts all the way down in 27th alongside Max Lupfer, who's in Ben Harisco's spec Miata, and it's a red one.
It's a red one. Jorge Ortiz will roll off alongside Brad Kosaiba in the number 261. Michael Vladiff, Felipe Gonzalez, and Luke McGrew, Wesley Penn will bring up the tail of the field.
And you heard that right. Luke McGrew, 35th on the grid today. We've had quite a few mechanical dropouts. We started the weekend with about 48 cars, 36 on the grid set from our grid sheets. We may have a couple of stragglers out there that we didn't know about, but Luke McGrew suffered a transmission failure in lap 5 of race 2 yesterday, got the car fixed thanks to a spare from Justin Lee, and he's on track going to be charging through the field.
Our buddies at Lemons of Love, who help people with who are going through chemo, they drop them off little care packages. If you donate via the YouTube Super Chat off to the side of your screen, if we get to $1,000, I'll eat an entire lemon on the broadcast later today. We're still a long ways away. Let's get on that, and so I can eat a lemon on stream. It'll be very funny to watch.
I was going to say, you're dodging a bullet right now, but the GLTC field locked and loaded, packing up and pairing up in turn number 10. We are going racing for 15 minutes. This is GridLife Touring Cup. All cars in the same class. It is a 15-minute sprint race. We're doing 4 of these this weekend, just like you do in Gran Turismo Forza. You boot it up, you bang out a couple of races. These guys doing the same thing. We're racing wheel to wheel with Eric Coutil on the pole in the red and white Civic and the black and red Ryan Upham E36 alongside.
This will be our 3rd race of the weekend. Our final points race will be in just about 2 hours as the sun sets here in South Haven, Michigan, just east of Lake Michigan. This is the season finale for the 2020 racing season in GridLife Touring Cup, the 2nd full season of racing we've done as the field comes out of turn number 11. We're 40 cars strong, double file, 20 rows deep as we come to the start-finish line. Eric Coutil on the driver's left on the inside, Ryan Upham on the outside going for a rebound. Green flag flies, and we're racing, and Woody Hyman, a big mistake is look at the 212 go up the middle. We're 3 looking 4 wide into turn 1. Upham around the outside for the race lead. Car off. That's Brandon Puck in turn number 1.
Brandon Puck off, but that was a crazy start from Meadows Meadows and that is Ronnie Solomon. A great move, but it's going to be a bunch of cars all over the place. I don't know who that is. Red facing the wrong way. I think it's Sally McNulty getting the car turned around. A little bit of body damage to the Raymond car. That is a Spec Miata pulling off track at turn number 1, but we're clean the rest of the field, and it is at the lead.
What the heck is on Justin Kelly's car? It's like a camera that they got strapped to it.
I think it's a light. It looks like a tall tower light on the back of that's actually Justin Kelly. Yeah, but it's Upham in the lead. Coutil behind. Woody Hyman, a great start. It's a BMW sandwich with a Civic in the middle at the front.
The funny thing is Woody Hyman, I think, must have missed a shift or got on throttle really late because he had a horrible start but recovered through turn 1. Here he is battling for second place now with Coutil as the rest of the field streams through turn number 6.
Big gap for the top 3. Look at Ben Dozman on the charge alongside Emil Tab. So Emil Tab and Dozman battling for, I think, about 6th place, but Coutil showing the nose in turn number 8. Upham slams the door. These guys chucking the cars through. It is very cold out here today. These guys in the top 10 all talked about an hour ago how low the grip felt, especially in the braking zones. So everybody going to be taking it just a little bit easy, but Justin Kelly has rallied and is now pucking the nose into the inside for turn number 10, goes for it.
And it's on the inside of Solomon for the race lead, though. It's a M3 sandwich with Woody Hyman and Ryan Upham sandwiching Eric Coutil. Lots of battling going on in the background. I think Brad Adams is part of one of those battles as they head through 10B.
Yeah, that was super tight stuff down in turn 10, but the top 3 spreading out just a little bit. Ryan Upham is on the way to potentially his first victory. He's been so close so many times in that black and red E36 on the front row, but look at how much Eric Coutil is able to close up going through turn number 10. That car is just going to get faster and faster and faster, the lightest of those front 3.
Let's also consider that Ryan Upham's rear tires might burn off towards the end of this race. That's where Coutil's going to be good. Big fly through turn number 1 for Coutil after it through that first corner.
Ronnie Solomon had that amazing start in the yellow S2000, but it looks like he's holding up the field just a little bit. The pace in that car with Ronnie Solomon at the wheel has been a little bit outside the top 10. He's currently running 4th, but no one can get around him.
We have a yellow flag in turn number 3, and I'm not exactly sure where that is. I don't see any cars stop. It could be well, I think there was a puff of smoke. That might be a campfire, but yellow flag in 3. Could be up in 5 and 6. There, but again, no passing under yellow. That was a concern here in the spring, so let's make sure that everyone stays in line and behaves for this next portion.
Oh, look at Hyman looking racy up underneath the back of that Civic in turn number 6. They leave frame, and now Coutil rallies coming out of turn number 6, nose down, and no ABS in that Civic. The BMWs around him do have it, but he rolls a ton of speed on entry and is able to get just up underneath Ryan Upham's rear wing. If he can get a draft run down to turn number 11, that turn 11 is a great passing opportunity.
Yeah. He climbed up the inside berm like it was a curb. Big slide for Upham. Here comes Coutil for the race lead. Side by side through turn number 9. Coutil, drivers left as they drag race into 10B. Upham's got drivers right. The preferred line through here. Coutil's going to have to run a little bit wide. Hyman sees the hole open and dives for the inside on Coutil.
Oh, Coutil wasn't able to get the car turned in after Upham shut the door, and now Hyman's got the run. The Hyman car is a little bit low on straight line speed. Look at the speed from the Civic now. He's grabbing gears, is able to kind of hold a little bit of position, and now Hyman tucks in beneath. Maybe it looks like he lifted just to make sure that he didn't go side by side because he knows right now if they race, they're going to lose Upham, and it's too long. It looks like we still have a local yellow, but I don't think it's a full course as the screen indicates, so I think we're okay.
Yep.
I don't see full course yellows out everywhere else, just that local at turn 3.
Look
Ben
who's
Dozman
fourth.
is able to get all the way up into 4th position after getting his way around Ronnie Solomon. So in 4th place, that digital camo, black, white, and silver RSX having a great race right now.
Not only that, how about he's actually running pace equivalent to the race leader. So if these guys get tangled up, let's not watch out for that Acura RSX if you're running in 4th. Justin Kelly's back there in 6th behind Solomon in the 212 car. Kerry James and Emil Tab having a scrap back there for 6th, 7th, and 8th. Brad Adams and Pervez Randelia has cracked the top 10 as well.
Yeah, Brad Adams there in the red Civic, similar to the car in the lead with Randelia behind. Lewis Chatroop is up a ton of positions. It looks like he's picked up 15 spots, and we called out that he had a really poor race yesterday in the rain. I don't think he had the tires for the conditions, actually, and he's rallied this one good. But the battle at the front is no joke. Ryan Upham in the black and red E36 is managing to hold off Eric Coutil, but I agree with you that Eric Coutil's got the long run pace probably a little bit better than the heavier BMW, but look at him, he doesn't have the grip to close the car.
There's the car off. I think it's Quincy Burke on driver's right, so that will be a yellow for probably the rest of the race, so you cannot pass through that section, not like you would be able to anyway. There's a car off. Is that Levi Brown or is it Adam Jabay?
It is Levi Brown.
Yeah, so he's going to pull off. He should be well out of the way. But once you get to turn 10P here, all clean and green. Now room to race here as they come up onto the straightaway. Coutil closing on the corners in the tighter sections, but he doesn't have the power that the M3 is going to have here on the straightaway. That's where Upham's going to pull the cap.
Pervez Randelia made a huge lunge on Brad Adams back for about 10th place. Those two battling to get into the top 10. And again, we invert up to 12 cars for race number 2. Or race number 4 later tonight. So if you can get yourself up into the top 12, you have a chance. We have a whole collection of cars pulling off at 10A. That was also Jake Jornstad pulling in. So cars dropping like flies, but the battle at the front still Upham at the point. Eric Coutil drops off just a little bit, and Hyman closed that gap up. Coutil might have a problem.
Oh, Coutil is going wide, and that's going to move Hyman through to second. Coutil just replaced a bunch of suspension components the last week after going to Road America and cracking some stuff, but he's not off pace to the point where I think something's completely wrong, but he's definitely slower.
Yeah, he's definitely off pace. I don't know. He might have thought that we were under full course for a moment, but I highly doubt that. Ben Dozman is closing up way too fast for Coutil's car to be healthy. So now it's two BMWs at the front. Ryan Upham with a good gap to Woody Hyman. Those two probably aren't going to close up much different because they're running such similar pace. The front of this field is getting spread out quite a bit, so the best battle on the track is actually for about 7th place with Ronnie Solomon just in front of Emil Tab, and throw Pervez Rendalia and Louis Chatrup in there. Those 4 cars at the bottom of the screen. The Smedgard car with Ronnie Solomon at the wheel in the S2000.
Yeah, watching this battle here. There's Emil Tab in the 212, following him down into turn number 7. Remember, Tab in the top 10 shootout earlier today went down to turn number 1, locked up the tires, went way off the racetrack. Now attacking from his starting position. Here he comes, the drivers right through turn number 7 and 8, and now sweeping back to the left in turn number 9 here.
Tab in the white and winning Formula Miata, trying to figure out a way around the K24 S2000. He's got to run. He's going to go to the outside of turn 10. It's not preferred position, but he might be able to make it work. And look at Pervez Rendalia in the red FRS coming up the inside to try to take advantage of that move that Tab made. He's not able to make it work around the outside. There's no surprise there, but no, actually he comes back around
the outside. What a move for Emil Tab. Going to drag race the 212 up the straightaway. Pervez Rendalia watching from behind. Who's going to win this drag race? S2000 versus Miata into turn 11 at Gingerman Raceway at Midwest 2020. Tab using that straightaway speed.
And these cars have the exact same engine, but there you see the confidence in the ABS of that S2000. He was able to close the door. Pervez Rendalia in the red FRS with Louis Chatrup at the back in the E46 BMW. These 4 battling for 7th right now, and this is deep within that invert zone. Any of these drivers could end up on the pole for this next race, so every position counts.
Tiffany Kelly has found her way up here as well. She's 12th position, but look at this 212. Now a little bit of a defensive line into turn number 2. Pervez Rendalia is going to sneak up the inside of Tab. This is a great battle for what will eventually be 8th place here.
Chatrup with a little bit of a run up the outside of Rendalia, and Rendalia, there's body damage on the back.
Oh, big lock up into turn 3, and it looks like Chatrup is going to have to escape to driver's left. Tab blocks it up on entry as well. Lots of smoke from the tires as they charge off into 3. Here comes Chatrup around Rendalia. That's for 8th.
Yeah, that was a tense moment. I'm not actually sure if it was Chatrup or Tab that locked up the brakes, but that gives Ronnie Solomon a breather and brings Tiffany Kelly, who's in the black and red S2000 at the back of your frame, just a little bit closer to this battle. At the front, no changes. It's Upham at the front. Hyman second. Coutil, I think, is back up to pace. I don't know what quite happened there, but he's still in front of Ben Dozman on timing and scoring. So we're going to keep watching this battle for about 8th place. Yes. Oh, no, Dozman is around both Hyman and Coutil. Hyman may be having a problem now. Dozman up to second.
Wow, Dozman's flying too. He was running equal times to the race leaders. Let's keep an eye on that battle as they come on through.
Oh, look at this. Eric Meadows with the silver NC trying to get up the inside of that's Ben Harisco around the outside, and now Ryan Christoph in the red and white CRX with a run. Scott Robertson is on street tires. He's in that battle as well. Look at these battles everywhere.
Look at Rendalia and Chatrup side by side. Tiffany Kelly's joined the party now as they drag race up. Brad Adams is watching it all from the background as we continue to watch battles left, right, and center here at Gingerman Raceway.
In frame right now, that's Ronnie Solomon in the yellow S2000 and white Miata of Emil Tab. Those two battling for about 5th place, but Dozman up into second in that red front end Acura RSX into turn number 1. We're halfway through this race, 8.5 minutes down of a 15-minute race. Coutil back up to frame, back up to speed in frame now, and then the huge antenna on the back of Justin Kelly's car up to the top 5.
Big slide for Solomon there as they come out of turn number 1, and that's going to leave Emil Tab an opportunity to dive up the inside for turn 2. But there's the RSX in second place right now. Clayton Fitzpatrick timing error is not the race leader. It's Upham, Dozman, Coutil, Kelly, James as they came across the line. And a sizable gap between Upham and that RSX of Dozman. I'm not sure he'll have time to run him back down. He should be looking at 2 or 3, maybe 4 laps to go.
Yeah, and it must have been a mistake from Woody Hyman, who is he must have a mechanical issue. He's completely gone. So Justin Kelly up to 4th, then the black E36 of Kerry James just there in the drone shot. He's actually still got Ronnie Solomon and Emil Tab closed up right beneath him. Louis Chatrup in the silver E46 has found his way past Pervez Rendalia, leaving Pervez to battle with Tiffany Kelly. But this battle between Solomon and Tab is fizzled for just a long enough time for them to put in some clean laps and catch up to James.
And I'm watching behind him. I think that's Ben Harisco that's gotten through. Yes,
Chatrup.
It is.
Chatrup.
Oh, it's Chatrup. Harisco's back a couple more cars as they come through turn 8 now. Tiffany Kelly's there. And look at Brad Adams now approaching that S2000, the Myriad Motorsports car. There is that's
a boneyard.
Yeah, it is. There's Levi Brown to Quincy Perkins. That Jake Jornstad there.
Yeah.
So 3 cars collected. They're well out of the way there. We should be able to continue racing. 10 minutes in, Upham leads, Dozeman second. After a wild one, there's Kerry James, and where did he come from?
Well, Kerry had been up in front of this battle for a little while, but it looks like he slowed for some reason and now has Ronnie Solomon in the yellow S2000 all underneath the back wing of that car. So we have a legit battle for this is 5th place now between James, Solomon, and the white Miata of Tab.
They come through turn number 1. Justin Kelly just in front of this group, running nice clean laps all in his zone. Through turn 1 now, Kerry James aggressive over the curbing. So is Solomon, and Emil Tab still trying to find a way around this yellow 212 car.
And I think Emil Tab is really struggling with no ABS. With the cool conditions, everyone was saying the braking zones are really tough, and that makes a lot of sense if you think about when you hit the brakes, you shock the system. Look at Tab, he's got to run up the inside. Solomon makes one move. That was right on the verge of a block. That was a little iffy in my book, but Tab not able to get the job done, and that little exchange gave James a whole bunch of room to breathe.
Look at Ben Dozeman. His last lap was 0.8 of a second quicker than Upham. I'm not sure it's enough, but it could be quicker. Look at Eric Cotillo, 1:38.505. So these front 3 might accordion back together here towards the end of the race as we watch Kerry James sweep through turn number 6.
This is the battle for 5th place. The 44 BMW has it right now. The yellow S2000 and the white Miata behind want it. That is Solomon and Tab battling with Kerry James, who is a newcomer to GLTC. This is Ronnie Solomon's first weekend in GLTC too, so this is no joke for the S2000. Co-driving with Andy Smedgard, race winner from yesterday. We're watching some of the back half of the field now cross the start-finish line. Adam Jabay leaves frame and taking a quick breather before we launch into the last 2 laps of this race. GLTC race number 3.
Lots to digest at the tail end of this race, but the start was wild. We saw a couple cars looping around. We'd had a pretty successful weekend so far, coming into the dirt and the grass on race number 1 in the rain, and somehow it didn't tear up any cars. Unfortunately, a few look like they got a little bit of damage here. Having a look at it, Upham continues to lead this race by a fairly sizable margin. It was 5 seconds, but Eric Cotillo has moved into second past Dozeman.
No, they weren't in that position across the start-finish line. Dozeman still has the point, but Cotillo is on the bumper. Look at them. They're side by side leaving turn number 2 with the run up to turn 3, and the more they battle, the more solidified Ryan Upham's win gets. They're coming into frame now. Dozeman in the RSX with the orange trim, Eric Cotillo with the white front end on that Civic, chasing down, lights ablaze. He knows that he has the pace to catch Dozeman, but can he get around? That's the question mark.
Yeah, Race Hero all out of shape right now, so they're getting a dead stream I'm not getting as they come through turns 5 and 6. Oh, big slide for Dozeman, rear end sliding in that front wheel drive car. Cotillo's looking more planted all the way out on the rumble strip at the exit of turn 6. Now into 7. Dozeman trying to defend a second place. What a drive this would be for him if he could finish here, but Cotillo wants it bad.
And Dozeman, that's an ex-Lemons car. They've built that car over the last year and a half into GLTC spec. They had tons of transmission problems, all sorts of issues with that car as they've built it up to GLTC spec. It's finally there and finally reliable, and he's been thrilled with how fast the car is, but you can see just the confidence that Eric Cotillo has to roll a little bit more entry speed, a little bit more mid-corner speed. That car probably a little more sorted. Now Dozeman running wide off of turn number 10B, and Cotillo's going to get a little bit of a run, tucks in for the draft. This is probably coming to 2 laps to go as they're working their way down. But that K24 and that Acura RSX has some oomph coming off the corner. Look at how much he's gapped them by.
It's a ton of power. Cotillo dives. Look how much he closes on the brakes, though. That's typically sort of a weak point. But look at the run he carries at the corner exit. Now they're nose to tail as they come across the line here in GLTC race number 3. Across the line, white flag in the air for Ryan Upham, who is just 2.5 miles away from winning his first ever GLTC race. Cotillo wants second from Ben Dozeman.
He doesn't have to do anything special at this point, just finish one more lap, but the battle for second is raging. Ben Dozeman, look at the digs from that RSX. He just motors off the corners. You can tell he doesn't have the top end or the braking confidence that Cotillo has, but whatever issue Cotillo had, maybe he just had it again. Because
there's a big battle in turn 1. Sorry to cut you off, Tom. There was an exceptional fight through the first corner. They were too wide. It was Chatroop involved, and I think it might have been Pervez Randelia as well.
Yeah,
yes.
Still that huge battle for basically 5th place has been raging this entire time. They're going to enter the left side of your screen just now. That black BMW in the background at turn number 3 is the leader of that huge train of cars. The leader's being interrupted a little bit by traffic, but Cotillo had an issue. Maybe missed a shift coming off of turn number 2, dropped off the back of Dozeman, and really doesn't have the run that he needs to, or any opportunity to make a second place attempt.
Final lap again for Ryan Upham. He missed out on a race win. Look at him slicing and dicing through traffic now. Dozeman, he's going to get held up here. Cotillo's going to have a big close, and here comes Cotillo in 10B on the brakes.
Oh, they're just outside of our frame, but Dozman gets through,
Oh.
finally weaving his way between the Integra and the Camaro, and he gets a clean launch off the final corner. I don't think that's enough for Coutil to get the run, and hopefully we can cut straight back to that battle for 5th as soon as these guys cross the line.
For Ryan Upham, he lost at Road America Race 4 by feet. He's been battling since Circuit of the Americas in the spring, but finally, as he comes out of turn number 11, Ryan Upham in his M3 as he comes across the line, the number 13, Ryan Upham gets his first ever GLTC victory. Ben Dozman second, Coutil third, Justin Kelly fourth, Kerry James in 5th. Great battles going on around the racetrack. There's the one for 5th place in the background, Kerry James. Is that the 14th car?
That's Tab. Emil Tab was able to get around Ronnie Solomon, so the white Miata finally makes up one spot, and he will come home 6th. Solomon 7th. There's Ben Harisco out of nowhere, comes to a really strong 8th place finish in that silver E46. He was able to pick up about 4 or 5 spots in those last 2 laps, which is spectacular, as the rest of the field now starting to come across. Wait, was that Luke McGrew in the top 15?
Yeah. Wow, that is unbelievable. If Luke McGrew managed to finish 13th or 15th after coming from the tail of the field, that has got to be an onboard video I want to watch later. But with the field still streaming across the line, Ryan Upham finally gets redemption after being out-dragged up the straightaway at Road America by Aaron Lichty's number 190. Gets it done here at Gingerman. How does that feel? We saw DJ Alessandrini get his first GLTC win at Mid-Ohio a few months ago. That's just got to, after battling, that's just got to be the best feeling in the world.
And especially when you earn it like that. He was, I think, started 4th or 5th place, came out and just put his stamp on, like, I have the pace to win this race and I have the confidence to defend. He was the smoothest driver of the entire race. I think we saw mistakes or mechanical issues from Hyman and Coutil that ended up putting Hyman out of this race entirely. Coutil able to hold on to a podium position, but I'm equally impressed with Ben Dozman to come out here. This is his home track. He said, I've been close enough to this that as Gingerman never shut down really through the COVID-19 situation, then he was able to come out and drive that car a lot this year, and it's paid off.
Adam Jabay coming across the line, celebrating the second full season coming to a close for him, kind of the brainchild of the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Series. We're so thankful for Adam and all that he's put his time and energy into to make this series what it is. A short one here today. We had a lot of dramas that sort of created the shortening of the race. Ben Dozman, though, podium finish for him. What a drive that he had today. And also, we have to go back to Ben Harisco. Lap 1, race 1 at Road America. That car was totaled and destroyed. Builds it, puts it back together in 2 weeks, and he's back here, and now he's a top 10 finisher. How does that feel?
Looking at timing and scoring, he picked up 28 positions to finish 8th place in this race. That puts him also solidly in the invert zone. Again, we're going to invert somewhere between the top 4 and the top 12 off of a random draw as soon as these cars come off track. The race control people will pull a number out of the hat, and anywhere between Justin Kelly and Brad Adams could end up on pole for race number 4. Another shout out, looking down a little further, sure enough, Luke McGrew was able to come from the back with a new transmission, picked up 18 positions to finish 4th. And I was joking with he and Eric Meadows, who are kind of teammates from the West Virginia area, that Eric was Luke's target. Luke got him.
It's amazing. I've also heard Coutil with a 137.791. Is that a track record?
Track record.
That's
for
unbelievable.
Eric Coutil. I don't know. I'm really curious to go talk to him about what happened. It looked like he might have been having either shifting issues or some sort of mechanical issue that put him just off the bumper of who he was battling a couple times during that race, but probably got the red mist in between those 2 mistakes or those 2 mechanical issues enough to put down a track record speed lap at the 137.7 for GLTC.
So kind of summing up what we just saw in race number 3 of the weekend. Well, we went down in turn 1 in the wet the other day and didn't have any issues. Today we had a couple cars loop and spin, a little bit of body work for some to do. Everyone is okay, and well, I mean, obviously it'll be a hit in the wallet for some drivers, unfortunately. But all things said and done, what a spectacular race again.
That's my takeaway. Is as much as I love the rain, as much as I love these races, there's something thrown in. There's nothing like just a dry, no-holds-barred race like that, and we finally got one with race 3. We're going to get one again in a little over an hour for race number 4, inverting somewhere between the top 4 and top 12. Huge congratulations to Ryan Upham on his first victory, and equal congratulations to Ben Dozman on a beautiful second-place finish. Eric Coutil holding on for 3rd. Congratulations to him as well. This weekend championship is probably looking like a mess. I don't know who's done well enough, who's been consistent. There is one more driver that I noticed. He was out there, Aaron Lichty, probably chose to start from the back for the safety reason of not knowing whether or not his throttle body was going to hold up for that entire race. Looks like it did. He picked up 26 positions to finish 17th. So he was also on track. As long as he can get that car reliably running, you may see him towards the front of this last race as well. Anything could happen.
All right, Tom, thanks for joining me here for GridLife Touring Cup. Well, before we roll off, we're going to thank our partners again for being here this afternoon. GridLife Live is brought to you by Falken, the RT660 tire, peak performance inspired by enthusiasts. And by FCP Euro, every part you buy is guaranteed for life. And by Haltech, unlock the power.
Official partner of GLTC.
Oh, yes. Good. Make sure. Thanks for noting that. STA-BIL, ready, willing, STA-BIL. Mike's harder, Tom.
Dude, that's sweet.
Nice. And GridLife Live is brought to you by ST Suspensions. And VP Racing, the official fuel partner of the 2020 GridLife Midwest Festival. Thanks for watching GridLife Touring Cup race number 3. I'm Kyle Hyra with Tom McGorman. We'll see you later.
Bye.
My name is Ryan Upham. This is my E36 BMW M3, and we run here with GridLife in the GLTC. So it's like the E36, like I said. It has the S54 from an E46 M3 in it, which is great because there's just so much versatility. I know the K series has been so awesome in this series, but with just a few, strokes of a key on a laptop, this thing makes 340 horsepower. Take out the 1-inch restrictor that I have to run, and I can go run in so many other classes or just have a lot of fun at a track day. And it runs pretty good, Road America, it's a great local track to Chicago, kind of local. So I was really stoked when we'll consider GLTC and knew that it was going to be on the calendar because it's really good for tight racing. You think like it's a big high horsepower track, so you need a high horsepower car, but if everything's right around the same, we're all just buzzing up the straights with 200 horsepower and it makes for an awesome time. I had an Evo. I did a lot of time attack, like old school, like Redline Time Attack 2008. It was like my first event. I did a bunch of wheel-to-wheel with that car. It was horrible, broke all the time. And there was a kid that we raced with, and he cared about nothing. No prep, just there to hang out, and his car never broke. And it was a BMW. And I was like, that's going to be the car that I buy next, because this kid doesn't care about anything in the world, and I want that. And honestly, it's been a really good car. This car's raced in like 8 different series. We've been able to muster up podiums in all of them. So it's really cool. I mean, there are some like the pretentious comments in the paddock, like, oh, there's, because it just so happens that all the BMWs paddock together. That's just how it is. So we hear that now and again, but it's cool. I still think that I'm drinking the Kool-Aid sometimes when I say it out loud and people are like, there's no way that that's better, but it works in all conditions today. I mean, I was just flat-footing it. The power was put down awesome.
I don't need a seat. I'm a stand-up director.
Stand-up guy.
What's up guys, here we are with our first episode of Race Car Explained. We're going to be going through the braking system on this 2018 Volkswagen Golf GTI TCR. So the first thing you're going to notice is this rotor. It's pretty big, it's a lot bigger than the standard street car rotor, and it's also mounted on an aluminum plate. This is called a floating rotor. So what you're going to notice is these little pins are very different and it allows the rotor to actually expand and contract as it heats up. The other thing you're going to notice is it has slots on the friction surface. So these slots actually don't extend all the way past the edge, they actually stop before the edge, and that is because this rotor gets so warm under braking that if the slots did extend past the edge, it could possibly start a crack and crack all the way through the rotor. The last thing you're going to notice about this rotor is it's directionally vaned. So there's vanes inside the rotor here that are directional. So basically, as the rotor spins around, it acts like a big turbine, and it pulls the air from inside and spits it out. So this constantly pulling air and spitting it out is passing air by the hot metal surface, and it's cooling it as you drive. The other thing that makes that even more efficient is the fact that that is hooked to a brake duct. So we're pulling fresh air off the front of the car into the hub that is constantly being expelled through the rotor. So this is constantly cooling the rotor down whenever the car is in motion. Now moving on to the brake pad and the brake caliper, first thing you're going to notice is the pad is pretty large. So the pad is about that big and it's very thick. The reason it's very thick is because we use a lot of pad during a race application. For instance, this rotor and these pads will be changed every second race on these cars. The other thing you're going to notice is this pad compound. So the pad compound is designed to work at very high temperatures. So on a typical street car, your brakes need to work as soon as you get in the car. So the brake compound is formulated to work between basically 0 degrees and up to maybe about 500 degrees. Anything past 500 degrees, the brakes start to fade and you really start to lose braking performance. On a race car, it's different. The entire compound has been formulated to work at higher temperatures. So what happens is you don't have brakes at the colder temperatures. So if you notice when cars pull out on track and they start swerving around under the warm-up laps and they start using their brakes really heavily, that is done to warm up this entire assembly so the brakes work. On a typical race car, the brakes really, their operating range is anywhere between 500 and 1,000 degrees. So anything below 500 degrees, you really have limited braking, if any at all. Now moving forward to the caliper, one thing you're going to notice is this is a 6-piston AP racing caliper. One of the interesting things about this racing caliper is that the pistons are not actually the same size. So the piston on the leading edge of the pad is a smaller diameter than the piston on the trailing edge of the pad. The reason for this is that the caliper is able to apply a greater force to the trailing edge and a less force to the leading edge. What this does is it creates more even pad wear. If we had the same size pistons, all 3 on one side and 3 on this side, the pad would actually wear in a wedge shape, which wouldn't promote long life and wouldn't be as efficient. The last thing you're going to notice about this caliper is all of this bracing on the back side. So you can see it's pretty thick up here, and then these big bolts that go across this whole back section. What they do is when this caliper squeezes down really hard on this rotor, what it wants to do is it wants to flex outward. By having bracing across this, it keeps the caliper really solid and keeps it from flexing. That means a better brake feel for the driver and overall better brake performance for the car. So here we are in the engine compartment. We're going to be talking about the brake reservoir. So the brake reservoir is where the brake fluid is held. This is plumbed into the driver's cabin because on race cars we have bespoke pedal setups that actually have the master cylinders inside. On a typical street car though, you would find right here a big brake booster and typically your master cylinder right here. Because this is a race car, you have a slightly different configuration. So what I will note is this one has 3 separate reservoirs. One for the clutch, one for the front brake circuit, and one for the rear brake circuit. This makes all 3 circuits completely independent of one another. That means if there's a leak in the front brake circuit, the rear brake circuit will still function, or if there's a leak in the clutch circuit, the brakes will still function. Now looking at this, brake fluid is super critical to the braking system in this car. We talked at the wheel about how much heat is generated by these brakes and the fact that they operate between 500 and 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So when we look at brake fluid, you'll see that there's actually 2 boiling points. The first one is your dry boiling point, which on this brake fluid is a little over 600 degrees. And the second one is your wet boiling point, which on this brake fluid is a little bit under 400 degrees. So that's over a 200-degree difference between the wet and the dry boiling point. Now you're probably wondering what is wet and what is dry boiling. Dry boiling point is this brake fluid without any moisture in it whatsoever. The wet boiling point is this brake fluid with about 3.7% moisture. The reason why that number is chosen is because brake fluid is hydroscopic. Hydroscopic means it absorbs moisture. So as soon as you take the cap off this brake fluid, moisture in the air, humidity, will actually start going into the brake fluid, lowering its boiling point. So for race cars, when we bleed the brakes on these cars, which we do all the time to make sure we have fresh brake fluid, we actually only use fresh brake fluid containers. We never recap a brake fluid. We use the entire thing, put it in the car, and start with a fresh one every time. That is how critical the brake fluid boiling point is to the performance of these brakes on this car. So now that we've talked about brake fluid, let's go inside the car and look at all the cool tech between brake biasing, the pedals, and the ABS system. So now we're inside the car where the master cylinders actually live. So we come here, we see the clutch pedal with the master cylinder and the line coming from the engine compartment. Right here we have the brake pedal and two lines, like I said, one for the front circuit right here, one for the rear circuit right there. So the reason why we have a separate master cylinder for the front circuit and the rear circuit is so we can have bias. So if you've ever applied the brakes on a bicycle, you know you have a front brake and a rear brake. If you apply the front brake too heavy, you might go over the handlebars. If you apply the rear brake too heavy, you're probably going to skid. So the reason why we have a brake bias control is so we can control the brakes in the car to optimize the stopping performance of the car. The way we do that is by having what we call a balance bar. So you can see this pedal right here acts upon this bar, but these two master cylinders are actually independent of one another, and this bar can put different amounts of pressure on one master cylinder versus the other. This is also controlled by a knob on the center console that the driver can control. So as the driver controls this knob, it spins this threaded portion. This threaded portion biases more brake force to the front or the rear depending on what the driver wants. This is really a key element in race cars because it allows the driver to adjust the car to conditions. So maybe you started the race in the dry when you have a lot of braking force and you really want a lot of the brakes going to the front wheels. If it starts raining, you're going to have a lot less grip on the road, which means you're not going to be able to put as much braking force to the front wheels. To cope with that, the driver will move the brake bias rearward to make the car stop as quickly as it can. Alright, so the next thing we're going to talk about is the handbrake. So we have a big handbrake right here, and this is tied directly into the rear brake circuit. So you'll actually see the rear brake circuit comes into this master cylinder and goes right out of it. The reason we use a handbrake like this is for standing starts and to get temperature into our rear tires. So for a standing start, we can pull this, hold the car from rolling, and we can ride the clutch pedal to get it right at the point of grip, and then as soon as we get the green light, we're off with the clutch and we let go of the handbrake. The other bias adjustment you're going to see, along with the knob that I showed you with the balance bar before, is this proportioning valve. The proportioning valve is a really quick way to adjust the maximum brake pressure to the rear brakes. So one of the issues we have with these front wheel drive race cars is it takes a lot of time to get temperature into the rear tires because they don't do a lot. So we will actually start the race with a more forward bias, something like that. As the rear tires gain temperature, therefore more grip, we can actually knock this down 1, 2, or 3 spots to get more braking performance. What this actually does is it cuts off the peak pressure to the rear. So if this is too far back and the tires are too cold, what will happen is when you initially stab or push the brake pedal really hard, the rear wheels will lock up, which creates a very unstable car. Alright, so now we're going to head over to the other side. We're going to look at the plumbing and the ABS on this race car. So here we are inside the car, and I'm going to be showing you the plumbing in the ABS module. So you can see all the plumbing is done with these soft stainless steel lines. The reason that is because race cars don't have to be road legal. There's a DOT rule stating that you can't have a soft brake line that's longer than 18 inches in your car. So that's why you always have a soft brake line attached to a hard steel brake line. But in a race car, we don't have those same rules. So we actually find it most efficient to run these Teflon lined stainless steel lines throughout the entire car. The reason for that is it makes servicing the car that much easier. If I needed to unbolt this brake bias right here, or maybe the ABS pump down on the floor, I can simply unbolt them and move them wherever I need to, and I don't have to worry about unplumbing and taking the brake connections apart. The other thing I want to show you is the brake ABS module on the floor. So typically ABS modules are found in the engine compartment, but because weight and the center of gravity is so critical to a race car, it is actually mounted on the passenger side floor. In this case, our ABS module is actually turned off because we're not allowed to use ABS in our racing series. But in other series around the world, some of the cars are allowed ABS, and so we have it so we can turn it on if we need it. The last thing I want to show you is actually how we can set the brake bias from the driver's compartment without actually driving the car. So on our dash, we actually have a braking setup dashboard. So this shows our front brake pressure right here, it shows our rear brake pressure here, and it also shows our balance. So if you see, if I pull the handbrake, you can see the rear brake pressure will spike, but nothing happens to the front brake pressure. By using this, we can set the brake pressure, and we can see that right now we have about a 59 to 60% bias on the brakes. We use that to set up the car to get it as close as we can for the driver, and then when the driver goes out, just finite adjustments to where he needs to get it. I hope you've enjoyed going around the brake systems on this 2018 Golf GTI TCR. This was our first episode of Race Cars Explained, and if you liked it, please hit the thumbs up button, and if you want to see more of this, please subscribe. See you next time.
Appreciate it. That was fun. That was way cooler than I thought it would be. I thought it would be cool. Yeah, it's a pretty decently set up car, man.
I like nice, relaxed atmosphere when you add in music and art into the whole scene.
This is kind of like Disneyland for, you know, the car guys, but most people here just having a great time with the cars. So really good vibes. The fans are amazing.
Having teal and blue cars out here at GRIDLIFE is something special. Drifting is about fun, right? That's why almost all of us got into it. So an event like GRIDLIFE and the fact that Falken comes out and brings the cars and, you know, really adds to the show is so huge, and it's important to give back to the grassroots community.
Falken has been a part of drifting since it came to the United States. They've always had a great presence in Formula Drift, and I think when they saw the opportunity to have a great presence here at the GRIDLIFE lifestyle events, they jumped on it. And it's just so cool to see all four of these, you know, iconic old Formula D cars come out here and just sliding 4 cars deep. It's unlike anything else. Gingerman is definitely unlike most of the tracks that we get to run. It's 2.18 miles. It's a little bit of elevation chains, blind corners, but it's just kind of a beautiful backdrop. Very green, very fast, very fluid.
You know, the tire is the most important thing on the car because the tire is the only thing attached to the ground, you know. So you even modify everything, but if you have not good tires, you can perform it, you know. You have to have the great tire to get the power down and control and everything. We have to have a good control to keep going, especially this course. It's actually a really high-speed track, so really important to have good tires.
It allows us to have confidence in our car and throw it into a corner following our teammates, and it's just a good old time.
So being out here and driving on track with the other grassroots drivers, it's special.
It's an amazing feeling being a part of the Falken family.
Check. Check. And I just hit it. It is a damp and cold evening here at Gingerman Raceway for GRIDLIFE Midwest 2020. Drift sessions about ready to get skidding. It's about 6:30 Eastern Time, and I'm Kyle Heyer, joined again by Sam Nelvin.
You said ready to get skidding. They're already skidding,
Oh,
Kyle.
they're skidding ahead of me.
It's a good thing they brought me in here as a drift
Because otherwise I
specialist
wouldn't know how to
expert.
analyze.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't even know what these cars are doing right now.
I was like, why are they driving so fun?
Why four of these racers be skidding? So you guys might notice a slightly damp condition out there. In the break, they did have the drifter slip and slide competition that did not air because of, they're trying to get a, PG-13 rating, and that's not something they can show. So yeah, JTP went down the slip and slide, spilled water all over the track. So these cars are not traction.
Oh, not a whole lot of space there. Big understeer. Trying to keep the car on the racetrack.
Yeah, Justin Pollock leading the Falken train, trying to find that front wheel traction, of course, which, that's the other thing, too. Tons of traction in front as well, because that's what's often guiding the ship. But at the same time, throttle modulation is also what's controlling a drift. But out here in the rain, lots of steering going on to try to keep us from understeering into the dirt.
It's sort of strange. It's not really raining. It's sort of doing this weird in-between thing that's making me second-guess what I know about weather. It's just been sort of on and off all
It's a misty spit.
Yeah, that's a horrible way to describe it. I hate that.
I'm so happy to see a lot of the drivers that had to bow out earlier back out there. We just saw the two yellow M's of Dan Nikov and Gus Buzas. Right before them, that white E36 driven by Jacob Anderson. And lots of beamers out here. We have drivers, drifters of all skill levels, just shredding it up. But also, this is the first lap. They're kind of getting a feel for how wet this track is.
They're shredding the gnar out there right now.
Not yet. The gnar hasn't been shredded. So, okay, that was the first gnar that we just saw shred. And the beginning of our light brigade there. Oh, okay, see,
He's
now we're
still
doing
going.
some off-roading, yeah. So that's actually what he's doing, is he's coating his tires in mud to soak up the water. That's an advanced drift technique.
I've heard the GLTC guys were trying that out too.
Yes.
Doesn't work so well on slicks, from what I hear.
Falken train bringing us in over here. Matt Field in that Corvette out front, followed by Odi Bakchis and Justin Pollock, followed by Dio Giara on that S15. And there, you can see they're finding some dry patches, still making a little bit of smoke, which is what we came out here to see. Ryan Literal, follow him on Instagram, or else he will fight you. He said he would fight me first, though. So do try to get Literal on Instagram so I don't get beat up by Ryan Literal.
Yeah, no one wants to be beat up by Ryan Literal.
No.
Getting beat up's not fun.
No, I mean, it depends. Dirk Stratton round in the corner, followed by George K. and Nat Z. Ryan Literal also said that he learned that he was making a few fireballs last night, and he said Fire Flames, yeah. He'd like to make a lot more. Bad Internet Edition. Are they calling me the Bad Internet Edition? Am I the edition that's bad? I hope not.
I don't know. Maybe that was a reference to my my internet holes commentary.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the webs just weren't as tight as we needed them to be.
Yeah.
The interwebs.
The inner tubes.
Mm-hmm.
Were not tube. The tubes weren't.
The tubes are tight.
Yeah.
So
is that?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the thing.
We just saw our Drift GTI out there, driven by Mike Day. Whoa, that silver S chassis. Little finding the grip, let's just say, driven by Blake Tomaszak. And there's our LS Mustang.
The lights in the fenders of this Mustang make it look like the frame rails are glowing or melting.
Well, they are.
That's a new thing now?
Yeah, so that's actually a drift technique.
Cool.
Again, it's a good thing they brought me in as a drift expert, so I'm kind of filling these blanks for you. But if you heat up your frame rails to just a glowing molten red, that allows the car to have the right amount of flexibility to be able to transition accurately and just drive with intention and speed if you have molten hot flexible flame rails.
Flame rails.
Molten hot flexible frame rails. Say that 10 times.
I will not try.
Okay.
Oh, while we're chilling here, waiting for the cars to come back around, Lemons of Love. These are some of our motorsport buddies. There's a big slide through turn one.
There's Ryan Literal. I wouldn't know those pops anywhere. Ryan Literal is the owner of those. Sorry, tell me about these lemons.
Well, Lemons of Love. Okay, so basically it's a motorsport buddies that basically give care packages to people going through chemo. They do this around racetracks around the country, and there are some of our buddies. If you donate via the YouTube Super Chat, we get to $1,000 donated. I'll eat a lemon, peel and all, on stream.
I'm sorry that I put you up to that, but I am not sorry.
I want it to happen.
He has scurvy right now, and he's going to need to eat these lemons to get rid of that scurvy. He's spent a lot of times on old wooden sailing ships, eating only...
That's where I came from in 1998, old wooden sailing ships.
Yes, you were living a classical life. Yes. And, only eating salt beef for many, many months, and now you need to eat a lemon for your health.
Yeah,
and that's
or
what this is all about.
5 if
or
we
$5.
get $5,000.
I thought, didn't you say that 20 was your max?
Yeah, yes. What did I say? I said I needed half a lemon at $500. And a full lemon.
Wow, not even a full commit. Unlike these Falken drifters, that's a segue. That's a full commit.
That is a beautiful segue.
No, these guys are really making the best of a semi-damp track out here, and being able to control the cars in this way is truly impressive, while also being in this tandem train. Matt Field creeping up on Odie. Oh, JTP taking the outer line there. But yeah, it's amazing to see these guys have this proximity in the wet and mostly not run into each other.
Dusk drift, where the sun is going down, but it's not down all the way.
Mm-hmm.
And the primary source of heat in Gingerman Raceway right now is no longer the sun. It has become the
tender affection between drivers.
That is not what I was going to say.
Okay, what were you going to say?
I was going to say the heat that they're bringing out there on the racetrack.
The heat is on.
The heat is on.
Does that mean anything to you?
Nope.
Okay, perfect.
Tom O'Gorman just jumped back in the.
Speaking of heat, Tom O'Gorman in the booth
woof!
with a piece of pie.
Yeah. He
pies.
has 2 pies. I have a carrot cake here that I'm very excited to eat. Anyway, we got cars here. There's that yellow Miata slipping and sliding around. He's got LEDs because everyone knows cars with RGB are better than cars without RGB. So if your car doesn't have LED strips,
get out of here.
You need to put LED strips on.
Yeah, exactly. That's Brian Peter in that yellow Miata, followed by Jacob Anderson. And yeah, we encourage the light show out here, especially during our night drift session coming up just a little bit after this. In between that, we're going to do some more of that grippy racing.
Yeah.
As much grip as you can in this condition.
Well, we didn't see a whole lot of grip earlier, so I'm not convinced we'll have a whole lot later. There is, what do we say, Barbara?
You called her Barbara.
Barbara.
We have named that car Barbara for no reason. Other than
because it looks like the shade of lipstick that like a Barbara would wear.
Yeah, it's just Barbara, and she's winking at us with her beautiful Barbara face. And are you joining? Are you joining in?
Yeah, I think Tom's going to join us in drift here.
Can I talk about drifting?
Yeah, I would love it if you would. Now, Tom, where does your level of expertise fall between myself knowing pretty much everything there is to know about drifting with a big asterisk in that realm of, you've seen it and you want to learn all these hard facts?
No, I got a good amount of drift knowledge. I used to work a job that I had to give drift rides in Hellcats for 8 hours a day.
Oh, no.
Days and days and days on end.
Please don't correct anything I say. I've been educating our boy Tom, or not our boy Tom, our boy Kyle here, as well as the fans on a bunch of drift knowledge that I really don't need an actual knowledgeable person to conflict with.
I mean, I also was the nuisance front-wheel drive Civic that was in drift sessions for the last couple of Midwests.
Yes.
I got
that nobody wanted to be out there but was out there anyway.
I mean,
so there's an amazing picture of a very similar shot to what's in frame right now. There's 4 Falken cars, nose to tail, and then a Civic at the back at the exact
I do
same
recall
angle.
all
Remember
of those.
that?
Yes, I do.
That was me.
Congratulations. How did that feel, doing the front-wheel drive?
I felt accepted.
Yes, but loathed.
Both, yeah. yeah.
My first experience in a drift session on a racetrack was with Tom in his TCA Civic, following everybody.
Yeah.
I had a good time that day.
Were you pulling a lot of e-brake? Were you in charge of the e-brake?
No, it's all momentum.
I was just watching him
toss
it in
in.
there. We were driving at the pit wall on the front straight, and I was like screaming internally and trying to be cool because I'd known Tom for about half an hour.
He's like, I want him to like me. I want him to like me.
So I was like, Mr. Pro Racer Driver, man, like, please like me. And I was like, this is so fun. And I was personally panicking inside.
I'm impressed these guys are still getting tire smoke because it's raining pretty good right now.
Yeah, they do find dry patches, and thankfully, like, if you're on line, that line itself does kind of get heated up and dry out there. So now the front-wheel drive drift, you're just overpowering into a corner, and then you're doing like a reverse flick, and then you kind of heft your weight just to try to barrel through the corner.
Yeah, it was the same car I was racing that year. It was a Civic Si, and we had it set up with a ton of rear camber and a ton of rear toe, so we could do not quite that much entry angle. That was serious.
A deep backy right there. Now I hope so.
Oh, he bailed.
Yeah, Ryan did.
There we go.
Yeah, there's a Falken, boys. And being chased by a Falken with a GoPro right now, so that's pretty cool. So we actually got the Falken tires, Falken GoPro'd up, and this bird has a lot of bird skills. We did a barrel roll just now for us, thank you. I think his name is Harvey, the Falken.
The Falken man? The official Falken? The official bird?
The official bird of GRIDLIFE, yes.
The official bird of GRIDLIFE Midwest.
Yeah, so here he is again, GoPro strapped to a Falken. And there's the GRIDLIFE tree. No, the GRIDLIFE tree is actually the one in the infield.
The official tree of GRIDLIFE Midwest.
Is that a GRIDLIFE flag, and those are GRIDLIFE cars? And
look, everything at GRIDLIFE is very official.
Let's do it.
Look at those guys just dancing, and you're seeing a lot of throttle modulation and steering just to kind of stay in the groove there as they creep up.
So like I said, I've been on track in the drift sessions before, and I've done drifting, never at the same time. I was either in a grip car on a drift track, or I was doing drifting at work somewhere else. But what always blows me away is that these guys, when they're tandeming, the visibility, I think you don't really consider. Like if you're just watching on the hillside, you don't necessarily think about how little you can see if you're the second or third car in line.
Well, you're going entirely off of trust of the car in front of you and memory of the track.
There's like way more racecraft going on in these guys' cars than they might realize. Look how much smoke. It might be drying out.
Yeah, it looks good over there.
Well, they're doing the drying. They're picking up all the water and they're shredding it off the racetrack.
We also think that there's a completely different weather pattern at the other end of the track, as we've learned from our fun Michigan weather patterns here.
Fun. Yeah,
fun.
That's how we describe it.
Entertaining.
Yeah. Like 50 cars going into turn 1 on slicks in the rain. That was fun, too.
Yeah.
You know stuff about drifting.
Some would say.
What's the difference between like a Formula D, even a demo car, or like that Silvia that we just saw is like a little more Japanese style drifting, right? There's like different styles of builds of drifting. So some of the cars are like big chrome wheels and like lots of like camber and stuff, and then you have like the Formula D competition style cars that are like more race cars. Is that right, or am I completely off base?
There's shades of gray and all of that. You know, I feel like the American builds that you see a lot of the time, a lot of them are like totally, truly faithful JDM with a little bit of what you might call like American drifting style. But I think that so many cars are just fit within that gray area of you know, there's lots of course JDM inspiration in a lot of the drift community and culture, but at the same time, an FD car, for example, will have a probably not totally clapped out stance. It'll have a little bit of suspension travel left. It'll have you know, depending on how they have that car hooked up, it might have a varying degree of rake. It might have you know, it's a style thing to have way too much front camber, but also some cars, depending on if it's what model chassis it is, its build for competition might also have a ton of front camber too. But it also changes so fluidly, which is one of the interesting things about such a young motorsport, is like the zeitgeist that everyone's following is so rapidly changing. Like when you guys were talking about like tire warming in the grip session I was watching with you, like the FD, before you go into competition, you have the burnout box where you're trying to heat up your fronts and your rears, and it's been so interesting just in the almost a decade I've been in this sport, like just to see just how this style of heating up tires has changed so much. Like it used to be more of this like a huge smoky burnout in the rears, but now front is so important. So you see the drivers putting heat into the fronts by like doing kind of like almost like an hourglass figure eight, but then like cranking the wheel and then dragging those front tires against the ground and then spinning around, and like just seeing this evolution of the sport that, you know, today though, this is about the party.
A party?
Yeah, so this is a party train that we're finally seeing here. As these drivers get more and more comfortable in this really weird conditioned track.
This is probably the hardest condition to drift in.
Yeah, patchy. Because you might have total grip one corner, and then suddenly you're in the dirt, or hopefully not into the car in front of you. And when I say patchy as well, most drifters, this is also a drifting style thing, soul patches have never left the drift scene. So a lot of drivers out here have like just a nice little scruff on their chin, and that's kind of like a sign like, I'm a drifter. You know, you have that. You don't have a girlfriend. You're committed.
Today I
to
learned
the
I'm a
sport.
drifter.
Yep. So Kyle,
where would like mullet rank on the soul patch scale for drifting?
Pretty high up there.
That look good.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's one of our M buddies, and I really wish they had something on their car to signify whether it's Dan or Gus. But there's either Dan or Gus.
And Dan or Gus again.
Dan or Gus again, yeah. Followed by that's your buddy in the black E36, right?
Ed Digis sit down?
Yeah, Ed Digis.
Hey, got it.
Yeah, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. So yeah, you guys don't have the pleasure of seeing Kyle face to face, but Kyle, I'd say you're healthy 300 pounds, but it's he's swole.
And the soul patch somehow is a soul patch, yet goes down to his belly button.
Yeah,
we still can't figure out how he does that.
But he's yoked. Like this guy can put up some reps. Let's just say that. So.
It's not true.
Yeah, it is.
Nope.
You're being modest. He's been curling, like I think it looks like a 100-pound barbell this whole time. Just staring. He won't stop staring at me.
Look, hey, you can't. The hobby shoutcasters real hot in the dating market right now. You got to stay swole. Be on top of your game. Just saying.
Yeah, you got to stay fit, and that's one of the things that is really impressive.
Oh, shout out to Emily, by the way, earlier today. She's like, "Hey, you lost weight." I was like, "I wasn't trying, but thank you."
Because you're trying to bulk up for the comps.
No, yeah, Emily, we love Emily, and she's Erica Till's lovely significant other, and she's probably blushing right now back at the trailer if she's listening. So.
I'm so glad we finally have cameras on the back half of this track, even though we're not looking at the back half.
Yeah. Ooh, Anthony going off there a little bit, and Barbara. Yeah, see, and that's how you do it. That's the best way to get out of the grass.
Just burn it down.
Yeah, and again, what he's doing now, there's this twofold. He's also coating his subframe in this material, so that way it's fireproof later on, in case for the big backfires that'll come out of there. If everything's covered in mud, obviously that's gonna not let your entire car catch up.
Isn't that also how you keep the police dogs from following you or whatever?
What kind of stuff are you into?
I don't know.
You are into some wild stuff, Kyle.
You gotta know how to. Okay, never mind.
He's talking about tipping over porta potties, running from the cops, drinking moonshine.
No, let's not get into that.
Senpai?
No. Nope.
So you know a lot about JDM culture, obviously.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
What always blows me away too is or not blows me away, it's impressive to me is we just saw a mistake, quote unquote, from a drifter.
No, there is no mistakes at GRIDLIFE.
Exactly, there is no mistake. It's just a level of commitment to which you do your activity.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna go off, you can make it look like it was totally on purpose.
Yeah, lots
and
of
it's still rad.
Lots of commitment right there from Rolando.
My reverse exit earlier.
Yeah. And you see the Manji down the straight. And the nice part of having the semi-damp ground is you can last probably the whole session with one set of tires. Unless you're Orlando and just drifting the entire course, even the straights, which I fully applaud.
I was going to say, that looked impressive.
Yes.
I tried to do that with the Civic, and I ended up almost in the campground.
Why? We need to get you in a honest rear-wheel driver out here.
I would love to. I've been trying to make that happen for 4 years. Just in my own mind.
Let's do it.
I guess I should put it into the universe.
Yeah.
I just did.
Kyle McGorman's looking for a drift car to drive. Let's get it.
Well, there you go. Here's an LS Mustang you can drive of Shane Wally. And
to all the drifters that are not currently on track, IMSA driver Tom McGorman wants to drive your car.
It's funny you should say that because most drifters are actually pretty willing. Yeah, because a lot of these cars, you really can't hurt it any worse than drivers actually do. Yeah, minus a really bad misshift or staying on the rev limiter for too long. Otherwise, you're probably not going to do anything worse to the car than they could actually do themselves.
I think the difference in the drifting I was doing was in either stock Hellcats, which don't have e-brakes, or the Civic, which didn't have an e-brake.
Yeah, and no steering angle.
Well, no steering angle, but that was that wasn't too big a deal. But I was having to initiate on momentum rather than an e-brake, and I think I would probably get my hands turned into a pretzel somehow, trying to keep track.
Well, you have to let go. I know you're not really supposed to let go of the wheel in grip racing too much, but you gotta let go.
Just let it go, Kyle. You hear that?
Kyle,
sorry?
Just let it go.
When the snow falls white on the mountainside, do you like to let it go? No?
No. I like to hold on.
Okay. I did. So, Tom, I did Google earlier, what do kids born in 1998 find cool? To try to relate with our baby boy Kyle here. Do you have any suggestions that we can kind of find common ground on? Obviously, we got cars.
I happen to know that this particular 1998 model enjoys trains.
You're a choo-choo boy.
It's only a 1998 model.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think trains.
Yeah, trains.
Definitely at the top of the list.
That's my thing.
Planes, automobiles.
Cool. Do you like train drops from Jupiter?
Not the band.
But you are aware.
The vehicles. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, curbs. Have you talked about curbs?
Oh, curbs. Don't even get me started.
Are you talking about doing kickflips off curbs, or are you talking about razor scooters?
Like racetrack curbs.
Okay, curbing.
Near them, on them.
I just like, it's fun.
Yeah.
You get to do all
it's a fun noise.
Yeah, and you get to go bouncy bounce,
Yeah.
So
you get to destroy suspension components.
Well, or you get to not and enjoy the bouncy bounce. My first time on track was at Road America, and I couldn't even drive on them because they rattle your teeth out. And that's going to rattle your teeth out.
Rolando having a little play in the dirt. And there are points markers out there that they're trying to hit, so this is not an accident. If they do go in the dirt, go into the trees, whatever, that's extra points for them. Because we are judging. The score will not be shown, but we will judge ourselves.
The rules are made up and the points don't.
Woo!
500 points.
Look at that, sick.
How many points? What is it out of 100?
It's out of enough.
What does that mean?
There's enough points to be had for everyone, man. Don't worry about it.
So if I got 100 points, someone else can't get 100 points?
You're making this too complicated.
I'm just saying. You said, hold on.
Look, that's a point right there. You just got one.
A point? 1 point?
2.
How? What?
Again, you're so concerned with the numbers. Just have fun.
But
so
you got to have a number. Never mind.
Lots of sick FPV work from Shepsta out there. You can follow him on Instagram. You'll notice, though, there are 2 different drone shots, and the other one is the Falken Tire's Falcon, who is in the air with a GoPro around his neck. Harvey was his name. Yep, there he is right now. He just checked in. Hey,
That's not.
hey, Harv.
Hmm.
What's up, my man?
I don't think. Do falcons make caw sounds?
Great bird work.
Oh my God, you're overthinking it.
I'm sorry. I'm overthinking.
You're getting. I know that all your GLTC work is really detail oriented. This right now, we like to play it fast and loose out here. Okay.
That that was my nickname in high school.
I don't doubt it. You wild hog.
What did you just call me?
Wild Hog is a movie with. Yeah, don't worry about it.
All right. I'm just rattled that Tom called me a 1998 model.
I like
an
that.
Oldsmobile
That's a good term.
Or a Saturn.
Oh, come on, please drift.
Here
Comes, make my day.
Here comes the Freedom Fighters. So they're actually trying to run out there to retrieve the Falcon. He does get overzealous and will fly.
Lose an engine.
Woo! Snap a transition there from Edibevix.
No, that's a different car.
That's a different car?
Yeah.
That is a different car. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so he's recovering Harvey, the Falken Tire's Falcon, putting him back in his Falcon box.
Falcon box?
Yeah, Falcon.
I want a Falcon box.
So Falcon boxes are actually where you keep Falcons.
Can I just say that? So
it's closing in
true story.
bedtime at 7 p.m.
True story. I had a teacher in high school named Mr. King, and he had a friend who was a falconer.
Yes.
And when I heard that being a falconer was a job, I was like, that is the coolest sounding thing I've ever heard of in my life. I would like to be a falconer someday.
And how's that going?
It's not going well because I still don't know how you become a falconer.
Well, first you have to catch a falcon / so I know you weren't into Pokemon, but if you got to find a Pokeball for a falcon, and then Harvey I think is already someone's falcon. He's the Falken Tire's falcon. But like if you can source yourself a Pokeball, throw it at a falcon, anywhere any falcon.
Does Falken have falcons?
Yeah.
Can I go to Falken and buy a falcon?
No, well, I think they just have the one, and that one's taken.
Oh.
He's already been bonded with one person because you have to bond with your falcon for life. He becomes
have to imprint to you.
Yeah, exactly. And to do that, you have to do the hair thing from Avatar, the James Cameron, not the Last Airbender.
I'm so rattled. I just want to fly falcons, man. Do they sell RC drone falcons?
RC falcons? Maybe.
Maybe Magic Matt knows if there's drone falcons.
I would say yes, it's possible, but I think the life experience you get of bonding and imprinting on an actual bird will do you well. It'll get you out of all the crime and the trouble you like to do, such as tipping over the disco potty and doing all the other questionable juvenile delinquent stuff you've been talking about this whole weekend.
Yeah, I'm
like
a
that
bad
soul
boy.
patch.
So
I'm a bad boy. I get myself into lots of trouble.
Yeah, and
I'm in real big trouble with Ed right now.
Yeah.
So that's my instructor.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna let you guys sort that out. Looks like Tom is going to. What are you guys doing next?
We got GLTC Race 3 coming up next.
Woo!
But
So
first, I'm gonna eat this pot pie and this cherry pie.
yeah, right after the Drifters. So the Drifters did set up the good race line for you guys to follow. So make sure to follow that. And it's weird that you guys are telling them that they have to drift the entire session.
Yeah.
If they straighten out, that's a 0, right?
It is a 0.
Okay.
They get all negative points.
Cool.
Year's
Well,
over.
I can't
and
wait.
a scolding.
And a scolding.
Cannot wait to see that.
All right. All right. Well, I think what we're going to do now is probably sign off for about 5 minutes. We'll be back with GLTC Race number 3.
And then more drifting.
More drifting.
More drifting.
as they went out of turn 2. Tiffany Kelly, big slide through turn number 6. Pervez Randelia is closing. He's never won a race in GLTC. This could be the day, but Kerry James is approaching very quickly in that black number 44.
Man on the move, and he's got the inside line. He's got a ton of confidence on the brakes. Whoa, he's deep. He has to check up, and Randelia holds the outside. That was a little bit overconfident, but he still held the position, and now Randelia is at the disadvantage. He's got to go around the outside. He's not going to be able to hold on to it. James claims up into second place with Tiffany Kelly loving to see this racing, but not that far behind her.
As they come on through, next time by, it'll be about minute number 9 of this 15-minute race. So we are closing in on the last 2 or 3 laps of this one. Tiffany Kelly leads. Big dive up the inside.
Upham's off. He's going to make it. He's a little bit in the grass. Salvages it somehow. Randelia is able to take that position back, but look at the run Emil Tab has now. Tab is the car on the left side of your frame.
For the lead. Tiffany Kelly, she might have missed a shift or something, because here comes Kerry James for the top spot. For third place, Randelia, Upham, and Emil Tab. They're looking 3 wide into turn number 11, but Tab backs out of it. Upham through to third place.
And here comes Luke McGrew, too. He's the car on the deep on the brakes up into turn number 11 around the outside of Justin Kelly. So we're 2 by 2. That's Randelia and Tab after Upham has got by them. And it looks like Kerry James is to the lead.
Through into the top spot. Move Kerry James in the 44, up 6 positions to the race lead. Tiffany Kelly back to second. Emil Tab on the edge of control out of turn 1. Big slide. And here comes McGrew past Randelia.
McGrew holds the side of turn number 1 to get around Randelia and claims that position.
Smedgard, that might be Woody Hyman back there he's battling with.
Yes, exiting turn number 3, those 2 cars that are by themselves. That is Andy Smedgard and Woody Hyman. But Tiffany Kelly makes a mistake. Ryan Upham able to slide through up into second, so she's barely on the podium at this point. Really needs to hang on to this one if she wants the third place finish from the charging Emil Tab, Luke McGrew, and Justin Kelly.
Kerry James is up and free. A couple car lengths. Here's Justin having a look at the inside of the number 5 of Luke McGrew. He's side by side through turn number 7. Now door to door as they come through 7 and 8.
Brakes glowing, but Justin Kelly's able to get the power down and claim the position back from what was a charging Luke McGrew. Those tires, you can see just how much they're disintegrating. Those are literally the tires falling apart with marbles flying off of these treaded tires. And whoever manages them the best for the rest of this race. Kerry James is super wide down into turn number 10, but gets it woed up.
And now behind him, it's now going to be Ryan Upham in the number 13. He won his first GLTC race a couple hours ago, and how hyped would he be to get his second just a few hours later? As they run down to turn number 11, it's 2 BMWs out front as we come to what should be about 2 laps to go.
Yeah, 10 minutes done, and sun setting fast, so it's getting darker. The tires falling away. Battles fizzled just a little bit at the front, but Ryan Upham, don't count him out. If he can rally or if Kerry James makes a mistake, he's within striking distance for the top spot. Upham was the fastest car last time through with that 43.3.
We stay green, no white flag just yet, so this is at the least 2 laps to go. The 44 leads the way down through turn number 2, but Ryan Upham last time by was a full second quicker than Kerry James, a 143.3 to a 144.2, and he's closing fast towards turn number 3.
Down to turn 3, you can see a little bit later on the brakes for Upham. Now, it was Emil Tab looks to the inside of Tiffany Kelly.
Kelly's in deep.
Deep on the brakes and pivots that car deep into the corner. Smedgard is in this battle now, too. There's a full-on 6-car battle for the third spot.
And Kerry James is trying to drive away, but Upham is just too close. I think that is going to be a big distraction here with the headlights coming. Here he comes through turn 5 and 6. The 13 car is all over the back of the race leader as they stream through 6 and head to 7.
Very similar cars here, too. BMW E36s now hard on the brakes. You can see the brakes nice and cool. They're not glowing like they were on Luke McGrew's car, but Upham is there. He's absolutely within striking distance with at least 2 laps to go. I suspect we may only have 1, but I suspect 2 laps to go in the 15-minute race. Look at them just dancing through turn number 16.
He's close as they come on down towards turn 10B now. Upham might have a look to driver's right as they head down into the far end of the racetrack. Emil Tab was side by side with Justin Kelly as they swept on through. Out of view now as they approach the tightest hairpin on the racetrack.
Andy Smedgard was able to get by Pervez Randelia, who had an early charge, but I bet he overexerted those tires just like Tiffany Kelly looks to have. But now this is the battle for the lead in frame. Upham is the second car. Kerry James is your leader. BMWs on top of each other. Deep on the brakes.
That's
look at Upham.
way late braking for Upham. He's going to back out of it, but he's gained about 3 car lengths in the braking zone now as they come out of turn 11. A slip for the 13 as they come across the line. Is it white flag? Yes, it is. 1 lap to go. 2.2 miles left at Gingerman Raceway.
Oh, and he paid for it on that. Is that checkered?
No, it's white flag. White flag. Okay. Still white for the race leaders as they come on through. The 44. Big flame shot out the underside of the car as they head through turn number 2. And Upham is there. He just needs a mistake to get a shot at it here.
Yeah, he's got the pace, absolutely. The black and red car was race 3 winner, and he's trying to make it 2 in a row.
Now into turn number 3. Lights glowing on these cars. Upham has no distractions behind him. The battle for third has been a hornet's nest, but it's way off in the distance. There's Emil Tab diving. The Kellys side by side. Justin goes through Tiffany McGrew holding off Smedgard, Pervez Randelia, and more.
I just noticed Levi Brown all the way up into the top 10 too. He had issues in race number 3, and he's all the way up to that top spot. He races on street tires, and it's paying off for him right now. He's going to be one of the fastest cars on track, sitting just behind Perez Randalia. But this is the battle for the lead. This is the one that matters the most. Only 11 corners on this track, and we're already down to turn number 7. The opportunities are disintegrating fast.
Here he comes to the driver's right in turn number 8. He's not going to get the nose here. He's got a plan for 10B or 11. All over the back of the 44 as they sweep back to the left through turn number 9. Here they come. 3 corners left at Gingerman Raceway and GridLife Touring Cup at GridLife Midwest 2020. The 13 of Upham. He won race number 3. He's 3 car lengths from winning race number 4. Deep on the brakes into 10B. A mistake by the 44. He's out wide. The 13 over the back bumper. No pass yet. He's going to have to try it again.
Mistake for both of them. You saw brake lights checking up multiple times, and there's no run for Upham down this straightaway. It's going to be a miracle. If he sends it in there, it's
Watch
a Hail
the brakes.
Mary.
He might give it a shot here, Tom. Into turn number 11. Ryan Upham from second place. 3 car lengths, 2 car lengths, a car length and a half into turn number 11. Here he comes up the inside. He almost has overlap. Kerry James goes for the apex. He slips. He slides. The 13 out to the edge of the curb. Drag race back to the line, but it's going to be Kerry James for his first ever GridLife Touring Cup victory at Gingerman Raceway.
Look
with
at the
Ryan
cluster in
Upham
11.
right behind him for third.
Look at the cluster in 11. I don't even know who those cars are. It's just a bunch of headlights coming across the line, but it looks like Justin Kelly gets all the way up into third. Tiffany Kelly holds fourth. Emil Tab fifth. Luke McGrew, Smedgard, Randalia, and Levi Brown coming all the way from who knows where to finish. Is that 9th?
9th place. Up 20 spots in that car. Wow, what a drive.
Woody Hyman in the 10th spot. That's your top 10 in an incredible race number 4.
So just checking in a couple of our other drivers that we didn't mention a whole lot. Eric Catil down in 14th place. Brad Adams, he was your pole sitter, second place starter. He dropped 13 spots, ended up 15th. Let's see who else we are missing. We saw the number 190 of Aaron Lichty pull in after the first lap, so he will not finish the race. Louis Chatroop ended up finishing 30th. Jake Jorenstad down in 31st. So what a wild race that was.
We
say
that at the end of every.
I mean, we do. We say that at Road America too.
But might be for real this time.
I just don't think. And the thing is, there's going to be some drivers that are angry, but angry drivers makes for an entertaining show. Let's just be honest.
Just about the tire choice, you mean?
Well, just about everything. They'll be angry about, he did this, she did that, tires, weather, Michigan. It's going to be, everyone's going to be mad, but it's going to be, again, puts on the best racing.
No,
unbelievable.
I think they're all going to go crack a beer and have the best night ever.
That's what GridLife
that was
is.
The most amazing racing action to round out GridLife Touring Cup at GridLife Midwest. 4 races, and all we get to go do now is tabulate the champion. We have no clue.
I have no idea, because Aaron Lichty lost a bunch of points to Eric Catil, and I'd say it's safe to say Eric Catil might have gotten the championship for the season, the entire season, away from Aaron Lichty, because we said when we left Road America it'd be a disastrous weekend for Aaron Lichty to be able to have that happen. Yeah. It was a disastrous weekend for Aaron Lichty. It wasn't a great weekend for Eric Catil either, but it was less bad than Aaron Lichty's.
For me, my money's on Upham. I think when the math works out, I think Upham had the most consistent weekend. Everybody else, it was kind of a rotating cast. The only other name that I see in there quite a bit is Emil Tab, but again, we kind of have to let the people who have at least smarter brains than I do go tabulate those points and determine who the championship winner was from GridLife Midwest.
Wow, that was something. I'm Kyle Heyer alongside Tom O'Gorman. Thanks so much for watching GridLife Touring Cup race number 4 from Gingerman Raceway.